Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to have to deal with me while I'm doing some live stream setup just because it looks like because we have a pending live stream, it's not necessarily showing. There we go. Now it's. So let me go ahead and select that. And welcome aboard, whoever is already here. But what we're going to be talking about today is Ezra Klein mogging Sam Seder on capitalism versus socialism, which is, I think, pretty based. There's something called abundance Democrats. They're people who want to focus on growing the economy so aggressively that you end up dealing with a lot of left-wing priorities and issues. And they're bumping into leftists who want more centralized governmental power. And, effectively the abundance Democrats are kind of running away with the conversation, in my opinion. Now, that being said, whoever's here, you're going to have to be patient with me, only because I need to post my link someplace else. I promise you that we will play the Never Trump Guy song momentarily, and then we'll get going. So let me go ahead and announce everyone here, so everyone knows we're live here. Then let me go back to my Twitter. And cut that. Sorry, I know this isn't entertaining watching me do my back end work while I'm just yapping, but it's necessary. So I parasocially love you and appreciate you for being patient. Oh, other than that, I would say it's a feisty Friday. I am excited in order to be here with you today. I think the Adam Conover, Tim Pool content is going to be fire. And the Sam Seder stuff will be mild fire. Come get your psychic damage! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Post. All right, good enough. Good enough for government work. Let me go ahead and exit this. Let me go ahead and pull up the debate. Let me check in with chat. Christian Blair says, good morning. Matthew Hayes says, happy Friday indeed. Commander Haircut says, please no Tim Pool. No, Commander Haircut. You know why? And I'm going to tell you exactly why, okay? You guys do this thing, and you're wrong, all right? What ends up happening is you go, Connor, please no. Don't show me the person being frustrating or stupid. Don't show me that. It's gonna hurt my feelings. It's gonna hurt my brain. And then you know what happens when I show it to you? You're in chat, and you're like, I hate this guy. This guy's an a-hole. He sucks. La 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 la. This guy's such an idiot. Blah 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 blah. So you guys like you have this reservation about watching terrible content, but then you have a great time making fun of the content. So who cares? Both Adam and Pool are insufferable. Well, it'll be an insufferable sandwich. Okay, we'll take meat, cheese, insufferability, mustard, mayo, more insufferability. We'll put it between two slices of sourdough. We'll smash it together, and then we'll eat it together for lunch, okay? We'll be all right. Anyways, so we'll be fine. Christian Blair says, I don't like having to take the sides of arslers, but I guess that is sometimes to be expected. I mean, listen, we were watching Ezra Klein the other day, and he was having that conversation with Ross Douthat. And I thought that Ross Douthat is a conservative, theologian, Christian, whatever. And he did an excellent job articulating like MAGA and messianic prophecy and theology and modern politics and cults of personality throughout history. And Ezra Klein was a good, I don't think he was like the good person in the conversation or the debate, but he was like a good mirror. Like he was a good, I didn't agree with his perspectives, but he was a good person to bounce off of in order to find interesting ideas. So I respect Ezra Klein from that perspective. Sacred Snow says, good morning. What was in the avocado taste today? We're feisty in here. It's true. I think, so the wife and I, we switched to black coffee and Diet Coke for a while just because we wanted to reduce the amount of caffeine that we were eating and how much heartburn we were going to get. But then we realized that life was kicking our butt. So eventually we just switched back to coffee. And today's the first day with coffee. So you're right. I'm pretty easily jazzed right now because I went from black tea and Diet Coke back to coffee. And, you know, once you're off coffee for a while, it feels all the better when you go back on it. Commander Haircut says, do you enjoy waterboarding if you make quips at the guy doing it to you? Yeah. I'm a Marine, bro. I'm a former Marine. Old School says, more insufferable it is. Jay Dyer, a guy I did a deep dive on his intellectual work. Too long didn't read. He's a pretentious lightweight. Well, Old School, that's what was so interesting, because this guy, like the chat, is like, oh, you know, Kyla, you're getting mogged so hard right now. You're getting destroyed. I can't believe you're doing so bad, blah, 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 blah. And then when you actually analyze the arguments, Jay Dyer is making terrible arguments. He's being a sophist. He even admitted so halfway through the debate, where, you know, somebody in chat was like, it would be better if we had a good faith conversation about the actual terms and concepts instead of using sophistry and debate tactics in order to avoid actually having a conversation. And then Jay was like, oh, and like Kyla was like, oh my God, he admits it. So while that debate was very frustrating to watch and to listen to, there was still some golden nuggets of wisdom amongst the trash. Christian Blair says, raise money to send Adam to England so he can tell Muhammad jokes. Well, that was one of the clips, right? That was on Twitter, was Tim Pool did call him out for why anti-Christian jokes are broadly accepted within liberal and progressive media sphere, and why aren't anti-Muslim jokes accepted? And of course, it's because, quote unquote, punching down, which is, you know, I think it's a cop-out. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Matthew Hayes says, it's very important to have a place to process this type of content. I agree. Sacred Snow says, a 25-year debater that misunderstands most debate terms. Exactly. Sultan Al-Fahim says, I couldn't watch that. Well, you're going to. Matter of fact, Commander Haircut asks if we enjoy being waterboarded. We're going to show up to Sultan Al-Fahim's house, and we're going to get the Clockwork Orange like tools that like hold your eyes open, and then we're gonna force Sultan Al-Fahim to watch this content. That's what we're gonna do today. So Commander Haircut says, I've been keeping Ezra Klein with Sam Seder in reserve because I was surprised Sam invited him on to talk about abundance. Yeah, no, it should be fun. It should be fun. So, matter of fact, let's go ahead and pull it up. Let's do the intro. I know I normally do news as a warm-up. We might get back to that. I was thinking we should probably do that on like a weekly basis, because the problem with daily is, of course, like we know what's going on. I'll go ahead and summarize the news for you. Israel and Pakistan, everybody backed off before it actually turned into World War III. Good. Trump is backing off on tariffs because they were too economically disruptive, and he's claiming victory. Cringe. A bunch of people who shouldn't be getting deported are getting deported. And there's a whole bunch of, there might be legal reasons for them to get deported, but there's a bunch of injustices that are occurring. Okay. Hassan Piker got detained by Customs and Border Patrol for 30 seconds, and he turned it into something bigger than it was. Okay. Boom. That's the news. I just summarized it for you in 30 seconds when we could spend an entire hour reading articles, right? Christian Blarick says, yes, if we do that to our community members, imagine what we're going to do to our opposition. Exactly. Grill hotism rise up. Possum Nation says, good morning. Trump is tweeting that Taylor Swift is not hot anymore. Democracy has failed. We deserve to be dismantled. How can people vote for this clown? There are a lot of people who hate on Taylor Swift, and they do say that she's not attractive, and I think they're coping. You can say she's skinny. You can say that she doesn't have, big assets. You can say this, that, the other, but she obviously has a cute face. She's tall. She's cute. She's a cute gal. So, she might be getting older. I think she's in her 30s, maybe mid 30s, late 30s. But pretending that Taylor Swift is unattractive, I think, is obviously cope. Commander Haircut says Sam even gave him props in a separate segment, which was interesting. Ooh. Also, the Antichrist J.D. Vance killed the Pope. Yeah, boom. But that's old news. Old School says, I'll watch. You don't have to waterboard me. Seriously, when waterboarding made the news 20 years ago, I thought it was nightmarish. It basically induces a severe anxiety attack. Sure. But as long as you're used to anxiety attacks, that's not that bad. All right, I'm screwing around. All right. We're ready to take psychic damage. Chat's feisty. I'm feisty. I think we're ready. So where's the best one? This is okay. They keep messing with layouts. That's not even the layout that I want. But let me go ahead and get Ezra Klein and Sam Seder on your screen with audio. And then let me do an intro and we'll get cracking. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am a never Trump Republican who is trying to fight and make better content on Valor Media Network so we can make better men so they can serve the Republic. That's the mission as far as I can tell, as far as what I want to do anyways. So today we're going to be breaking down Sam Seder versus Ezra Klein. Sam Seder is a member of the Progressives. I think that he does have some leftist tendencies. He does have some socialist and communist sympathies. I don't think he identifies that way, but he does tend to lean more left on the economics. Ezra Klein is kind of a DC Democrat. He's in the Beltway. He has all the right friends. He has all the right conversations. And, some people find him to be disingenuous, but I actually thought he had a very insightful conversation with a conservative named Ross Douthat. And so as a result, they had a conversation about the economics of the future and what Democrats should actually fight for. And apparently Ezra Klein did a very good job in this conversation/debate. At least that's what all the Democrats are saying. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull it up. I am going to find the right scene where I add it to screen, and there's a good ratio between me and them. I think that's good enough. And we're going to let them kick it off. Let's go.
Hey, folks. Do you drink wine? I do. For a long time, I had absolutely no idea what to do when I went into a wine store. Then my sister worked for a vineyard.
Okay, Sam. I want to... What? Oh, my God.
Whoa.
There we go.
Our efficiency is a quotient not particularly high, so you were on the Iglesias's show, I guess the slow boring podcast, and mentioned that we hadn't responded. So we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul Glastis on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Where I interned. Love Paul.
Did Ezra Klein have a glow up? I'm sorry for distracting this earlier in the conversation, but I feel like Ezra Klein was kind of a nerdy virgin person who wasn't taken very seriously. This is Ezra Klein. So I'm not trying to mog on him too much. I'm not trying to make fun of him too much. But he's just like a skinny Jewish fella with big glasses. But it looks like somewhere the glasses should stay, but maybe he got some contacts. He got a good haircut and he grew a decent beard. So I would not take this guy's advice about anything. Now, I'm being rude, of course. If you look like this, my apologies. I'm making a joke, so deal with it. But this guy, if he was like, hey, Connor, I think that you need to do this, then I would be like, no. Whereas if this guy was like, hey, Connor, I think that you should do this, I would be like, yes. It's the beard. It's the power of the beard. It's true. He grew a beard. He looks more masculine. I agree. Beard is truly man makeup. Yeah. Sacred Snow says, don't forget to shill. I actually remember the like button today, but others may not. That's an excellent point, Sacred Snow. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live and they can come and join us in the chat. Engage in the chat. That way it drives the algorithm. If you have money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to super chat. Grassroots Hegemon obviously has been the king of the channel, dominating the donations, helping us out this way, that way, the other way. However, I do not want the burden to fall on him alone. So I understand everybody's brokies. Everybody's making ends meet. Everybody has IRAs or 401ks. If you're lucky to have a retirement fund, your retirement fund got cut by 30% and now maybe it bounced back a little bit. I get it. It's tough out there. However, if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are never required. Always appreciated. True Zealot says, Sam Seder going for the Guinness records for the use of the words Yeah, and he's successful in media, which is crazy to me. Obviously, I have filler words. I use the word literally when I mean actually. I try to correct myself on that kind of stuff. But Sam Seder does seem to have a disproportionate amount of filler words. He just put a book out and it's been on a tour. Okay, gotcha. He isn't insufferable or smug like Sam. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe he looks relaxed. He looks charismatic. He looks like his bills are paid. He has a nice beard. He has a nice haircut. He seems excited to be awake. That's cool. That's cool. let's continue. I've been yapping for too long already.
A critique that was, I think, like middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you
in New York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have they become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics.
Okay, let's address a few things in chat, just because I think that, once again, my chat is more interesting than the content. Unfortunate. What do we need more of and how do we get it? I think that's an interesting question. And if you got enough energy around abundance Democrats, I actually think that's a wildly powerful potential political tribe. Abundance Democrats, right? It sounds like Democrats who are associated with regulation, moral frogging, wagging their fingers, all that kind of stuff. It sounds like instead they're focused on production and capitalism and energy and industriousness and spreading wealth and all that kind of stuff. So abundance Democrats, I actually think, is it's a perfect coin. It's a perfect phrase, in my opinion. And I think that people should effectively be rallying around it. Now, I'm inferring a whole bunch of things based off of exterior perceptions, and I'm interested to see how the conversation goes. But what do we need more of and how do we get it? Those are very important questions. Why in places that the Democrats govern, liberals are unable to produce the things that we need to get excitement and energy about those things? And then Sam goes into incumbent administrations. I don't think he uses the word NIMBY, but I saw it in chat, not in my backyard, regulation, all that kind of stuff. And I think Christian Blaris points that out, that there's neighborhoods. So what happens is I'm in a nice suburb. I'm in a nice suburb of, Central Florida. And we do need more housing in order to reduce the cost of housing, particularly in the downtown and built up areas, because it's very expensive for working class and middle class families to afford to live here. However, this suburb in particular is dominated by millionaires who have or not undue, but they have overrepresentative influence with local politics. And so they don't want apartment complexes to be going up left, right, and center. Number one, because it'll add to the congestion that's already terrible. And then number two, because they don't want a bunch of poors hanging out in their neighborhood, right? Now, you can replicate this problem out to probably every major city in the country. But this is where I think that urban design needs to be a part of this conversation, where our cities are designed poorly. And I appreciate the vigor with which YIMBYs, yes, in my backyard people, want to build housing and get new businesses and industries flowing and deregulate and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I also don't want to live in a human rat nest because we deregulate in ways that don't make sense. Secondary and tertiary consequences are always a concern of mine. So also with Sam Seder, you have to bear in mind, Sam Seder has a buttload of subs. Now, his channel isn't as poppin' as a lot of other creators, but Sam Seder has been in the game a hot minute. Like, let's, the Majority Report, that's what it's called. Majority Report, excuse me. He's got almost 2 million subs. Now, he's getting less than 100,000 views on most of his content. Even his spicy content is getting less than 100K. So 80, 72, 30, 11, 40, 9, 47, 152. That one popped off a little bit. 50, 27, 20, 59. These are the numbers that a healthy 100K channel would do. He's just been doing it a long time, right? When it comes to the lives, he does a little bit better. 36, 113, 60, 60, 60, 70, 50, 40, 60, 85, 50. So he has a decent supporting live stream audience. Now, the only reason why I bring that up is because he appears more relevant than he is. Not saying that he's irrelevant, but he's just not as punchy as a 2 million sub channel should be. In my opinion, he does get what like a healthy 100K channel should get. And he also says the word a lot, which you're going to notice. And I'm not bringing that up to drive you crazy. I'm bringing that up because this dude's been in the game in a while. He should have gone to Toastmasters in order to limit the amount of user, the filler words and the ums that he has in his thing. And he just kind of insists on stumbling through it. So Sam Seder, if you see this critique, if you're bored at home and you watch somebody critique your content, go to Toastmasters, take an Adderall, drink some coffee, do whatever you need to do in order to think, talk, and then not say the word 7 times in every sentence. That's my recommendation. Possum says, I still think YIMBY capitalism is better, though. Markets are the great solver. I agree, but it's insufficient. Leftist response to abundance is effing mind-boggling. Give us everything we want, but don't hate billionaires enough. Not good enough. Majority of leftists are. We're about to stoke a leftist liberal civil war, aren't we? we were trying to start the woke right, lib right civil war, but instead we're stoking the leftist libs the civil war. Denver just added 20K apartments and it massively helped us. I've lived here for 5 years and never seen apartment specials like 2 months free until this year. Also, rents are going down. We did not add grocery stores or pharmacies, though. That's what I'm talking about. Everything just feels more packed. MJ, you are describing exactly what I'm worried about. Commander Haircut says, oh, the pores. True. Kalili says, many YIMBYs push more for 3/1 apartments, and I think they're a good balance. Okay. You heard the man, Sam. Just say yes to drugs. Indeed. Hawkslead, hey, Connor, did you know that capitalism and money is bad? No. I'll be the last capitalist as our society crashes into corporatist fascism or leftist socialism and communism. I'll be the last capitalist being like, guys, you don't get it. Free markets are good. I promise. I promise maximal liberty is good. Please stop. What's next? Lib center versus authoritarian center? Well, right. But then I joke that I'm authoritarian center. But I think you have to be authoritarian in order to get the lib. I think you have to have some aspects of security in order to secure freedom. It's a paradox, or it's an irony. I don't even think it's a paradox. I think it's an irony. Anyways, I'm yapping a whole bunch because I find you guys and myself more interesting than them. But let's give them an opportunity. We are here to watch them.
From your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the, there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it that way.
That's as good.
And to be, I like your read better than Derek. Okay, but But I've listened to
I think
both.
they're exactly as good. All right, if you that just gives me a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read there's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that.
Okay.
I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay.
I mean,
so
you know my career. I'm a policy
Yes.
reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you could say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first, but broadly, my critique is,
I like this. I think this is insightful and intelligent. Politics, policy, and process. So the way that I would delineate these terms, and he's saying that you can't segregate them into discrete buckets, but politics, in my view, would be obtaining power. It's about getting the right rhetoric, the right aesthetic. It's about running an electoral politics. It's about alternative media. It's about all that kind of stuff in order to achieve power. Policy is the actual legislation that you craft in order to institute the society that you want. And then process, I would delineate that from policy because it's how do you execute the policy. And that's oftentimes a very strong critique of Democrats, is that in liberals and progressives and leftists, is that oftentimes they can use populist rhetoric in order to achieve power. They can legislate their morality into policy, but their process sucks and their ability to execute is very low. And so as a result, liberals and Democrats, especially coming from like a never Trump Republican perspective, part of the reason there's a hesitation to ever identify with the term liberal is because liberal is associated with Democrats. Democrats are associated with inefficiency. It's associated with having all these highfalutin dreams about how society should be and being unable to implement it because you don't know how the actual world works. Excuse me. Sacred Snow says, the discourse is bad when your author opens up with, have you read the book? Nah, that's pretty normal. I think that it's especially normal in alternative media, I'll say. But, as an author or as somebody who's a pundit, you need to be prepared in order to communicate your ideas very succinctly. That's actually my frustration with Adam Friended from the Sitch and Adam show, is that we had this debate, I don't know, maybe a year ago now. And effectively he was like, you don't watch the show? You haven't watched the show, so how do you even know my perspective? And it's like, I watched a 8-minute clip of you. Realistically, it was a 5-minute clip, but I watched a 5-minute clip of you articulating some of the dumbest crap I'd ever heard in my entire life. So can you describe your position better? And then he hesitated for like 40 minutes in order to tell me his position. And then when he finally did describe his position, it was identical to what was in the 5-minute clip. So don't be pusillanimous. Be brave. Be ready to articulate your perspectives aggressively. Shadow 2 Bravo says, good morning, Connor. This should be called the Great Smug Off of 2025. Well, no, that's going to be the Adam Conover show. I can't wait for that. I'm actually excited about that. How does Sitch not realize how full of baloney Adam is? Well, Christian Blaris, I'm going to be a little mean, and I'm just going to say that Sitch and Adam are probably friends. And so I'm trying to think of how not to say this in the most mean way possible. I guess I just have to say it in a mean way. I feel like Sitch is doing charity. I feel like Sitch is being nice. I feel like he became friends with Adam Friended. Then somewhere along the line, he realized that his friend was dumb. But he realized that, okay, well, I'm already friends with the guy and we work together and we have a successful project. So even though my friend is dumb, I'm going to keep being his friend and I'll be nice to him when we get into arguments. And I respect that to a degree. It's like DEI for friendship.
There seems to be
oh my God. So if we had a community, I do not condone brigading and harassment, but sometimes there's funny jokes that I think pop up that communities can make in order to kind of bully people in a funny way. I think it would be funny to say that Adam Friended is the DEI hire for his own show. I think that would drive him crazy because obviously, like all the Trump and MAGA people, all the Trump and MAGA apologists, they hate DEI so much. They hate diversity hires. They hate equity and inclusion. And I think that, I'm being mean and I'm being funny, but I think Adam Friended is the DEI hire for the Sitch and Adam show.
An absence of, well, I think the culprits that you've chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics. I think that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
Second. We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the policy.
Talk about power. Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shoikat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. About what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power, but it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in.
I like the level of nuance here. Sacred Snow says, at Kalili, I just find the idea of interviewing an author on the topic of their book without reading at least a majority of it odd. You don't have time to go over a book point by point in an interview. I agree, but I'm actually okay with what's going on right here because Sam said, I've read a part of your book, or I did the audio book or something like that. And I think the main thing that you're lacking is power analysis and the necessary politics here. And I'm assuming what Ezra Klein is going to do, and it's going to be boring, but it's also going to be insightful, is he's going to say that leftists, when they criticize liberals for how they manage power, it's going to be all about electoralism. It's going to be about getting enough lefties into positions of power so they can just legislate what they want to do. But they're not going to talk about process. And so Ezra Klein, in my opinion, is talking about process right now, where if you're talking about modernizing infrastructure, if you're talking about housing, if you're talking about all these really complex ideas that are necessary in order to create an abundant society, then you're actually talking about different levels of power, and legislating it from a house is not sufficient. It's not sufficient to legislate it from a representative body. You actually have to know how these systems work in order to reform and improve them. And unless you understand how those systems work, then you're not going to know how to navigate reforming an HOA, reforming a neighborhood, reducing building codes, all that kind of stuff. Now, this is probably going to get boring and granular. I'm going to let him go for it. But the truth is that if you're actually interested in instituting societal change, you have to understand all of the systems that come before you and why they are so complex. So I'm okay with this. I like this. Commander Haircut. 2 adults having a respectful conversation is boring Pepe hands. Well, you told me that I couldn't use the R slur anymore, Commander Haircut. So, you know, that's kind of on you, bud. Sacred Snow says, it's all good. Streams are weird. I put a lot of reactionary surface level takes and that I have to think about why I feel the way after being challenged. Not exactly writing my PhD thesis in chat. Yeah, chat. Have fun. Go crazy. I'm not going to come down on you super hard. I might argue with you, but I'm not going to freak out on you. Same thing with other chatters. You don't need to be respectful. Have fun, have banter, but play with ideas. It's the only way you're going to get smarter is by playing with interesting ideas.
Like a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money. And
so Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston.
Sorry. I'm sorry for being obnoxious, but again, we're talking about dry things, so I'm trying to pull out the funny elements of it. I don't know if you guys can see this, but if you oppose the abundance agenda, Ezra Klein is going to show up as a sleep paralysis demon, and he's just going to stare at you like this while you sleep.
San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I really want to hold on what you said the first time.
But
San Francisco has concentrated money in a way that
there was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities. But what the difference? Hold, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power.
So, sorry. I'll talk about Houston in a moment, because I actually think it's indicative of how we can go to hell real quick with the abundance agenda. But Nsort says, what's your take on the Silencer Central HPA drama? I don't know what the HPA drama is, so you're going to have to give me more than that. But in general, we talked about this the other day. Drama, silencers. Shocking to a betrayal, Silencer Central's alleged sabotage of something. Silencers and airsoft comparing. No, that's about airsoft guns. So I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, although I'm sure this video is about it. I'm not going to watch all of it. The Hearing Protection Act. Okay. Silencer Central's alleged sabotage of the HPA Act. I don't know who Silencer Central is. But the point is, in general, I think that we could regulate the decibels where we don't have movie level quiet silencers. We just have silencers that are hearing protection safe. And then we could deregulate it and we would be fine. And then we would just regulate the silencers that were able to achieve like movie quality silence. Because obviously, like, the concern is like the assassins, all the assassins who are going to buy all the silencers and do all the assassinations. Whereas the way that it's going to get used 99% of the time is just shooting a gun without ear protection, without worrying about shattering your eardrums. Betty Veronica says, I'm here to admire Sam's eyebrows. And I do think that it's interesting that you point that out, because he does look like a hairy man. However, he does have perfectly, I mean, you would expect that he would have more fuzz around his eyebrows. They're very bushy, but they're also perfectly kempt. I think we should admire his eyebrows. Now, okay, so let's talk about this real quick, though. Houston, my brother and my sister-in-law used to live in Houston. And one of their complaints was, within their neighborhood, they had a strip club next to a daycare. And so there's working class and middle class families that are dropping their kids off to a daycare, and there's strippers and clients walking out at 8 a.m, wasted because they stayed back and partied, all night. That's a kind of weird social lack of design that can happen when you have no regulation. And so I do think that's absurd. I think that you should have a commercial district and a residential district, and you should have a mixed use district where you design really intelligently designed, mixed use buildings where the first level is commercial and all the levels above it are apartments and all that kind of stuff. And so that's kind of, MJ says Houston is such an ugly place. Right. And so that's kind of the point, is you can create, in my opinion, the society of idiocracy if you have no regulations at all. But then the inverse of that is too much regulation where you can't build anything. And that's kind of what Ezra, I think, is pointing to, where deregulation is actually building housing and therefore decreasing costs for working class and middle class families, whereas hyper-regulation is stifling growth. And so that's, we have two problems. And of course, centrism is the solution, as in all things. Understanding both sides and then taking the best of both sides in order to create a synthesis is probably the way that we should all operate. Unfortunately, not very many people are interested in that. And then N-Sort says, what strip club is open at 8 a.m.? They're not open at 8 a.m. I think they close at 2 a.m. and they do cocaine and get wasted until 8 a.m. And then they go sleep at 8 a.m. and then they sleep until 4 p.m. and then they wake up and do it all over again, right? Excuse me. Conservatism says there's always some company who is pro-regulation because it favors their bottom line. It's like the saw stop back safety regulation with table saws, so it's no longer feasible to buy one for under $1,000. Yep. Everybody's saying about suppressors and not focused on the 16-inch barrel length now that pistol braces have become mainstream, despite that not as good of rifle stocks. Yeah. I mean, we should look at it, right? So the reason why I become more flexible on the Second Amendment, although I still think a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to carry and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I think you have the right to keep and bear arms, and I think that you have the right to, exercise that right. However, the reason why we have all those automatic weapons regulations is because of all the bank robberies in the early 20th century. The reason why we have suppressor regulations is probably because they were used in a few crimes. The reason why we have, all this stuff is because right now, it's not happening right now, but you could get a forced reset trigger. You could 3D print or 3D mill a suppressor, and you could commit a, mass shooting with those technologies. And I almost guarantee you the desire for regulation would overwhelm the desire for whatever freedom the pro-gun people want, right? So we need to be careful where what we're deregulating has to be done intelligently, or else you're going to create a blowback effect where we're going to end up with even more legislation because you deregulated too much. I know the world is complex. It's frustrating to always have to use your brain in order to understand the world. But if you actually want good results, I'm sorry, you have to think. You have to try. You have to pay attention. That's why Houston-style deregulation is probably good, especially if you're talking about in New York or Los Angeles or California in general, and they should start building more housing in the outlying areas. There's plenty of areas of Northern California that are not populated. There's plenty of areas in Eastern California that aren't populated because it's a desert and it's a forest. And people want to concentrate around San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego. But the point is that if you do not intelligently do this, you're going to create backlash. Stripper misinformation. Sorry, I'm lying on the strippers. Betty Veronica 2.0 says, many forget or ignore the well-regulated part. Well, Betty Veronica, I might be saying this on the wrong channel because I know that there's a lot of crossover with Midas. But well-regulated, when you look it up in a historical context, it means well-trained or well-disciplined. So, yeah. Conservative liberalism conservative liberalism beat me to the punch. Stripper misinfo got my attention. Yeah, I'm lying on the strippers because people were like, why are strippers leaving the strip club at 8 a.m.? And I was like, because they're partying all night. And they're like, nah. I think strippers go to bed at a reasonable time. Yeah. All right. Let's give them an opportunity to talk. I yapped. I got distracted by chat. My apologies.
That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably part, just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners. But that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but
that's an excellent point. I'm sorry for yapping so much, but this is an excellent point. Internet leftoids, this might actually be the main point of the debate, is that it's not sexy to care about the power of the HOA or local governments or how utilities work or whatever, but that is the power that actually affects your day-to-day life. As an example, there was a cable monopoly in Winter Park up until like last year, and that's a very nice city, but they're basically they were at the behest of 30-year-old cable technology because they had signed a contract with that institution. And so what ended up happening was the cable company was giving less good service compared to other areas that were deregulated that were getting fiber. And so what happened is enough people complained that they wanted different opportunities for internet and cable and entertainment. And so eventually they eliminated that part of the regulation. And so as a result, they're building fiber in that city now. So the thing is, it's easier when you're an internet leftist to say, oh, the Democrats, the uniparty, the international capitalism, the blah, 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 blah. You know, it's easier to point to these ephemeral villains who control all aspects of your life. But the truth is, for the people of that city, it was better to fight at the local level and deregulate a part of utilities in order to achieve a better result. So shout out to, and Ezra Klein is correctly pointing out that that's not sexy, so nobody pays attention to it. Shadow 2 Bravo says, there's a medium ground between Austin and Houston when it comes to building codes. I'm running for the Idaho State House, so I've been looking into this bunch because of the housing prices. And Shadow 2 Bravo, you are what Ezra Klein wants. Because even if you don't agree with him on politics, you're looking to be solution-oriented at the local level. You're part of the solution, not part of the problem. I appreciate you. I'm happy to have you in chat. Sacred Snow says, this is a great place to discuss reforming Dem 2A regulations, advocate for Midas to become the reasonable gun control voice, regulate gun owners, don't ban weapons. Yeah, I'm with you. Oftentimes, I take a lot of flack for the never Trump Republican thing, and I do realize that the Republicans are effectively using my attraction to their rhetoric in order to use my vote for nefarious things. I do understand that. But But a lot of my Democrat friends have said, well, you don't hate trans people. You don't hate gay people. You don't hate black people or Hispanics. You're kind of a mixed economy capitalist. You're not afraid of taxation, but guns is like the big thing that you care about. So you're effectively a pro-gun Democrat. And I think that can be true, but I also think that I have social conservative and fiscal conservative instincts that they also don't like. And when I start talking about those things, they get uncomfortable. Gen X says, you're joking. I bet you put paying their way through college trope become one for a reason. It's not the norm, but it happens. Well, I don't know any really since OnlyFans makes it easier. All right, we're talking about OnlyFans now. All right, let's keep going.
You listed off 3 entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all 3 of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So, for instance,
what an inane observation, Sam Seder, but maybe he'll get to something interesting with that. Money is energy. That's what it is. We are trying to get energy from other people that we can communicate into other energy so we can spend it for ourselves. That is it. So he is saying that at the highest levels of society, there's a concentration of energy. And it's like, yeah, no shit.
I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco. I don't know Austin. I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those 3 elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
And I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish.
The local homeowners. So what Sam's saying is that he's just conflating, or he's trying to do a univariable analysis where just money bad. Okay. And I'm sure that the community of Worcester did get screwed over in some way, where they forced all the poor people into Section 8 housing, and then the homeowners like segregated that away from the rest of the people. And so it was poor planning. Yeah, Possum. So I'm gonna try to summarize it real quick as best I understand it. Worcester, which is spelled Worcester without the H. Google Maps. So Worcester, what I think Sam is saying is that within the city, there was some redevelopment project where they knew that they had outdated infrastructure, and so they needed to rebuild the city to make it more accessible and intelligent. And what happened was they segregated all of the poor people into Section 8 housing somewhere, but they did really poor planning for it. And as a result, the only people who needed to rubber stamp it were the city. So the city was controlled by a bunch of corporate freaks. And then the people who have money are all the suburbanites. And so what they did is they screwed over whoever lived in the Section 8 housing. That's kind of what I understand. And so he's talking about how it's, just because you have an abundance mentality where you deregulate and build, doesn't mean that you're not going to have these situations where poor people get screwed. And I think that's totally true. Of course, like, I don't expect the abundance agenda to solve every injustice of whatever. But at the same time, look at all this green area. Look at the airport. Look at this. Now, you should still maintain a healthy chunk of these green areas for people. And I'm not saying this is good. I'm trying to be descriptive. But look at all this wasted space right here, right? If you built this more intelligently, if you deregulated, you would be able to add in more housing, which is going to drive down the cost of housing. If you built higher density urban housing through deregulation, you would reduce the cost of housing. So he can say that, yeah, like, poor people got screwed over. Okay. I understand that. But wouldn't having cheap housing for everybody in this community still be better than what they have right now? And I think the obvious answer is yes.
Finish the thought, okay. and then you can give me your rebuttal.
Possum Nation says, how were they screwed over? Plumbing didn't work. Well, I don't think that Sam articulated it specifically, but if I had to guess, bear in mind, I'm actually just hallucinating right now. I'm just making stuff up off of the fly. So, if Sam Cedar corrects me later, he can. However, oftentimes what happens when it comes to Section 8 housing is they build it further away from the rest of the community, and they build it in food deserts and logistics deserts where they don't have as good access to schools. They don't have as good access to shopping plazas. They don't have as good access to whatever. They're effectively like built by the Walmart. You know what I'm saying? So that the poor people can walk to the Walmart and then they can walk back home, and they don't harass or screw up the rest of civilized society. It's effectively, bigotry against poor people. So that would be my presumption. That's the way that a city that I used to work in, that's exactly how it was. The Section 8 housing was in 2 locations. It was in the northeastern part of the city that didn't have access to a lot of shops, and it was kind of segregated. And then it was in the western part of the city immediately across from the Walmart, but it was away from all the other living areas. So basically, the poor people could walk to Walmart and they could walk home, and then they could drive to work, and then they could drive home. So that's like, if you were poor, that's all you could do. You could hang out at Walmart, or you could hang out at home. Betty says that's intentional. I agree. Rich people hate to hang out with poor people. It's true. Yeah. Possum Nation says, oh, okay, I don't know, I'm weird. I'm like the cheapest option and cook at home as much as possible. Well, based for you. Yes. All right. Anyways, rich people hate poor people. We understand that. Ezra Klein wants to use market forces in order to regulate. Sam is saying that poor people still get screwed over. They're both correct.
When you create these highly legalistic systems.
And by the way, I'm doing a forearm workout. So if it looks like I look away for a moment and I'm doing something off screen, I promise you I'm not doing anything nefarious. I'm just working out my forearms. I promise. It's nothing nefarious.
The people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like, it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like, everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California.
All right, well,
right?
let me address that. I mean, I get that point there. And I think that is what worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with
we don't agree that it's
somebody asked for a pants check.
Money is one mechanism of influence,
but I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
Okay, well, let me finish my point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interest. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and says, they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this from as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things, decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals.
Right.
Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say, fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's.
MJ says, I'll see you at the daycare, mall, strip club, shopping mall at 8. True. And then MJ says, I can't believe this country doesn't have high-speed rail. Dude, Commander Haircut responds, high-speed rail is woke. Listen, I just want rail. I don't need my rails to go 200 miles an hour. I just want to, you know what I want to be able to do? I want to be able to drive to a train. I want to be able to load my car onto the train in a simple way. Then I want to be able to get into the train, and I want that train to be able to take me across the country to wherever I want to go. And I want it to be as cheap or cheaper than a airplane, right? Because if you think about an airplane, airplanes are wildly convenient if you have money. If you have money, then flying to another location, taking a cab to where you got to go, and then getting rides from the people that you're hanging out with and or taking cabs is a perfectly simple solution if you have a lot of money. However, if you don't have a lot of money, then, you know, taking Ubers, taking taxis, relying on friends, those are all the costs that make traveling not only cost prohibitive, but so annoying that you don't even want to travel at all. Whereas if you were able to take your home automobile that you're already paying for, that you're already paying for gas, that you're already insuring, and then you can take your car and transport it across the country and, sleep on your friend's couch and all that kind of stuff, then effectively you make the country infinitely more accessible, where we have an intellectual diaspora. That's what happened with my friends in Central Florida. Is when they graduated college, they went all over the place. They went to Wisconsin for tech jobs and security jobs. They went to New York for art jobs. They went to California for art jobs. They went to Texas for oil jobs. They did all sorts of crazy stuff, and they went all over the country. But so we can't hang out the way that we want to. But the reason why is because we can't afford to. You know, we're working class and middle class people, and some of us have families, so we don't have $500 to $1,000 to drop on a random vacation. You know, Andrew Giannakopoulos says, Connor, talk about how hot Ezra Klein is and is now doing a forearm workout. Yeah, okay. I promise, guys. I promise. So I'm going to try to show you on camera. I'm putting this on my arm, or I'm putting my arm on my leg, and I'm doing essentially forearm curls. Then I'm rotating it 90 degrees, and then I'm doing forearm curls. And then I'm going down at a 45 degree, and I'm doing like reverse forearm curls. Now, I know this looks horrible. But I promise you, this is what I'm doing. I am not gooning to Ezra Klein. I promise. All my friends in Austin graduated and left, which is funny because so many people travel to Austin now, but Austin is so expensive. I'm not surprised that the local community is leaving. Right? Betty Veronica 2.0 says, our mass transit is strongly lacking compared to Europe's. I agree, but it doesn't have to be that way. And you also have to account for size. So United States rail map. So if you look at the United States rail map, it actually looks like a subway system. The problem, sorry, I'm looking for the actual map. The problem with this, though, is that there's not enough stops and it's wildly inconvenient to access it as a passenger. And if you're rich enough to travel, why wouldn't you just take a plane? You know what I'm saying? So I'm with you. I think that there, in an enlightened American society, there would effectively be rail everywhere. We would have rail up to Atlanta. We would have rail all up and down. And it would be as easy as, I'm in Central Florida. It would be as easy as spending like $200. I should be able to spend $200, put my car on a train, jump on the train, and then screw around on my phone for like 48 hours and then get off a train in Los Angeles and then drive around and spend a week or two there and then use this train track in order to get there. But this is all commercial rail where we transport commercial stuff, but we don't have a lot of passenger. And so if you wanted to further enrich, and also the same thing, if you got money, you could do a car, right? So you're saying it's made up. I get you. This is high-speed rail. High-speed rail doesn't exist. I understand. However, the point that I wanted to make, we could find one that demonstrates my point. When you look at current train tracks, U.S. railroad map, this kind of looks like a subway map in other parts of the country. You know what I'm saying? Like subway maps in New York or subway maps in, I guess, DC, I guess they have it. This is what it looks like. Now, it would be nice if it was straight shots like Miami, Orlando, Tallahassee, and then there was a sub one that was Tampa, Orlando, Daytona that matched the I-4, right? Then from Tallahassee, shoot up to, Montgomery, then Atlanta, right? So the point is, you could build these maps these rails between all these cities, and it would increase trade, increase tourism, increase this, increase that. But who's going to spend the billions or trillions of dollars when airfare is relatively cheap? It's expensive for working class and middle class folk, but it's cheap, relatively speaking. And then same thing with cars. Cars are also cheap. I can drive to California for $400 worth of gasoline in like 50 hours. I did that. I did LA to Orlando with like 4 fill-ups, and I guess each fill-up was probably like $50. So that was like 200. So 200 plus snacks, I can get to LA for $200. So I get it. It's not fun. It's not convenient. It's difficult. It's dangerous. There's a lot of dangers on the highways too. So, I would love to do this, but you're talking about a multi-billion, if not multi-trillion-dollar project. Sacred Snow says, as a layman, the only thing I worry about with high-speed rail as an idea is how they get the land. How are we going to have a ton of people have their houses bought by the government like they did with the highways? Exactly. And I would go overland. That's what I would do. I would try to minimize the amount of time that you're, minimize the amount of time or the amount of space that you're buying in currently existing residential neighborhoods. But once you hit a major city, I would just go up 20 feet. That's what I would do. HSR is faster than flying and driving at 100 to 400 miles an hour or something, and it's way more comfortable. High-speed rail. I guess what you're saying. Sorry, you guys are more interesting than the content again. High-speed rail speed. I thought it was like 200 miles an hour. Oh, shit. Sorry for cussing. High-speed trains generally travel at a speed of 125 miles an hour or faster, with some reaching speeds of 200 to 50 miles an hour. That's crazy. That's what I was already thinking was high-speed rail. Maglev, which use magnetic levitation, can even reach speeds of 431 kilometers an hour or 270 miles an hour. Holy fazoli. That is smoking. That is fast. I'm curious how they'd get through the Rockies. Dynamite! All right, anyway, sorry. We got distracted by trains. Half of my audience has autism, as does all of Twitch and YouTube politics. It makes sense that we got distracted by trains, but let's let the nerds talk more.
Brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this, but two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
True.
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, people get a little bit
But see,
nervous,
I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is the way that these two commingle, I think becomes problematic where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times.
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics.
Agreed. I'm with Ezra Klein here. Okay. So Derek says Sam is so wrong in this conversation. He used a more rude than different word than wrong. Total YIMBY victory, maybe. Possum Nation says cessation of motion at 400 miles per hour dead. And conservative liberalism says, hear me out. Let's just give Elon a few more $100 billion so we can make Hyperloop. The risk of explosive decompression is part of the thrill. And I think that's my anxiety. I know that high-speed rail would be dope, but I know once per decade, there's going to be a high-speed train that's doing 300 miles an hour. That's going to break off the tracks and fly into the countryside and kill 200 people. And I'm not going to lie, dying on a plane or dying being flung off of train tracks, both of those are pretty terrifying. I'm not going to lie. Those are some wild results. Does Seder have a developing fetish of being intellectually dominated by clients? Yes, I believe so. So what I would argue, this is actually a perfect example of why I think leftists, no offense to any leftists in chat, but why leftists are so annoying. Because Ezra is saying, let's do it. Okay. Let's, gather excitement around an abundance economy. Let's build things. Let's go after the government, not only in order to legislate things that we think are cool into commission projects, but then let's also attack aggressively once those projects are commissioned in order for them to be finished so we can deliver results to the American people. And so he has like a rhinoceros perspective on policy and enthusiasm. And I think that if you want to achieve anything, then you need to do that. Whereas I feel like Sam has the politics of like a mollusk, which is like a clam, where he's like, well, everything's really hard and everybody's really mean. So we need to fix a problem that will not be solved by legislation before we can do anything. And it's like, all right, Sam. And what this does, by the way, is it makes society so dysfunctional by not having an enthusiastic, industrious, entrepreneurial mindset that you effectively just wait for the socialist, communist doomsday rapture in order to come save you. And number one, it's probably never coming. And number two, if it does come, it's going to be a Marxist, Leninist, vanguard, revolutionary, murderous, dystopian, authoritarian police state, fascistic, garbage revolution, because you were too busy licking your wounds about how to improve society because you were waiting for moneyed interest to be eliminated from politics, which is cope. I think it's total cope. This is part of the reason why I don't like leftists. Is I think they're waiting for the Messiah. Sacred Snow says, you don't like H3 copying the Serge Tankin look? I don't know. Who's Serge Tankin? That's an excellent point. I like Ethan Klein's most recent aesthetic. Yeah. No, this is a dope aesthetic. Are you kidding me? It's a beard or it's a goatee, but you kind of grow out the goatee a little bit. Yeah. No, this looks good. I love this. And then Ethan Klein now. So this is a meme post, but he was very heavy. He was a heavy fella. And this is kind of what he looks like now, except for he did a buzz cut and he looked good with a buzz cut. So yeah, he's doing good, man. I'm proud of him. I hope he keeps going. Look at him. Little chunky monkey there. A little bit of extra weight, doing the double chins on purpose. And this is him now. He got on the Ozempic. He lifted the weights a little bit. He's skinny again. You know? Obviously, like I wish he had done it without the drugs, but I think he did okay. He did an okay job. Good for him.
I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy to reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, new dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find, when I dig into these things, that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there is the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are some
Ezra Klein is dealing with reality too much, and Sam is dealing with the internet too much. That's what's going on in this conversation.
Unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands, if money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't, because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case, there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generality should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay. What are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess what I'm asking.
I am saying the default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world, and for that matter, in social insurance. Say it again.
Who's the we?
The United States of America.
It depends.
Okay.
You're not going to like that, but look, here's a version of the
well, but I'm trying to address the point because, for instance, okay, so
let me give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important though is because this to me is the central question, really, about the book. Because I think like I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is I think. For instance, like where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay. We have seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like there is a lot of money behind this broad.
Speaking of money, shill time. Somebody is asking me for a dono link outside of the super chats, because they want to donate to me directly. That is very much appreciated. I did send them my PayPal just because effectively I do have a Stream Elements dono link, but it's down right now and I don't have the capacity to technically troubleshoot it. So if you want to type in counterpointsconnor@gmail.com and send me a donation that way YouTube doesn't get a cut, that's totally fine. However, I do want to encourage you to like the stream so other people know that we're live. I want to encourage you to engage in chat. That way you can have fun. There's plenty of people in chat having fun right now. I want to encourage you to engage with the VOD. So watch the videos. So if you're not a rich person, you can still give me AdSense revenue by watching the pre-recorded videos that I'm posting to my home channel. And then if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, then feel free to do a super chat. It's never required, but always appreciated. And thank you to the person who asked me for my PayPal link. Again, what you can do is go to PayPal. If you have PayPal, you can type in counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. That's COUNTERPOINTS CONOR@gmail.com. Counterpoints common spelling, CONOR@gmail.com. And then you can send me money that way. So the world runs on money. I like how much we're doing. I appreciate all the donos from regulars, and I appreciate, Grassroots Hegemon for appreciating the channel. Also, we're getting decent metrics on the VODs now. They're kind of growing up. They're arcing in the right directions. So I'm very excited about that. So kind of a slow start to the channel, but we're getting to where we need to go, which is very exciting.
Notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party is the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so as a political matter, they're not talking about, in that instance in the Nicholson, they're not saying like in San Francisco, we need to roll back this specific policy. This is attempting to develop a movement.
Well, I want to answer for myself here, not for Niskanen, right? So my first piece that
you were on that Lex Friedman podcast. I mean, that's
people should go listen to it. I stand by everything I said on the Lex Friedman podcast. But Derek, I believe I'd have to go back and look at what section you're quoting from. But Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were expecting. The way I wrote at least my parts of the book, to me, are extremely compatible with virtually and frankly necessary for all left goals. It's a book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity. And my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021. And it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot. And as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing. But I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago.
This is excellent politics. Adam Conover and who is it? Tim Pool are going to start in a moment, and I have a feeling that that's going to be more spicy, so we're probably going to move to that. However, I think that Ezra Klein right now, he might be a DC shitlib, I think people on the internet would call him. However, I think that he's fundamentally correct, that he's working from an outcome basis first, and then he's working backwards into politics, which I think is so much more intelligent than just being like, blue team needs to win in order for me to achieve goal. And it's like, no, not necessarily. Blue team win who speaks to your goals might not actually do it. Red team speaks to my goals, but they never execute. They never do anything. They cut taxes. That's what red team does. So red team says, we want a healthy, happy, productive, society. We want things to be good for everyone, but we don't want you to be overly reliant on government. We want to have strong national defense. We want to support law enforcement. We want to do this. And then they get into power, and what do? They do tax cuts. That's what they do. They do deregulation. And it's like, okay, well, that's not going to achieve the happy, healthy, productive society that we're looking for. So how about we think about this differently? And then when it comes to Democrats, I think the problem is the execution. They pass plenty of legislation with plenty of good intent, but the execution sucks. And so Ezra Klein, I think, fundamentally is approaching the idea from the correct mindset. Sabian Green says, whatever Ezra Klein is, Sam Seder is worse by multiple degrees. I agree. I agree. I effectively feel like Ezra Klein has been coming up with solution-oriented suggestions for the past hour. And Sam has said, you're putting the cart before the horse because we need to take money out of politics, which I think is just a pipe dream. So, money out of politics, even if you eliminated money out of politics, let's say that we eliminated money out of electoral politics, there's still going to be PACs, donations, conflicts of interest, corruption, all that kind of stuff. So you haven't solved the problem. You've just kicked the can down the road. And I think that Ezra is saying, how do we execute? How do we get this done? Which is the right mentality. We'll move over to Tim Pool momentarily.
Who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason that we can talk about, because not that the only problems in governance come from the left. They don't. My first book was all about largely about the right and polarization and asymmetric polarization. But I became very interested, having moved back to California in 2018, in why is this state governed by all these Democrats doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing? And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded. When you look
all right, we're up and running. So if I was going to summarize this debate, what's going on is Ezra Klein is being a lib, but I like libs more than I like progressives and leftists. I think he's being solution-oriented based off of the system we presently have. Sam wants to totally change the system. I think that this guy is going to be infinitely more successful in achieving political goals than this person is, because this person is ultimately going to whine and complain about how there's money in politics, and he's never going to be able to achieve anything. Whereas this person says, how do we actually execute on democratic priorities within the system that we currently have? I think this is an infinitely more productive, intelligent way to spend your time and energy in life. I think that this is a waste of time, and you'll feel morally righteous, and you'll be able to look yourself in the mirror and say, Sam, you're a good guy. But at the end of the day, you're not going to achieve anything, and you're a boring drag of a person. So boom, done. Okay. So let's move on to Tim Pool versus Adam Conover. And the reason why is because I saw some spicy memes coming out of this. So Adam Conover is the guy who used to run Adam Ruins Everything. I'm going to do another intro real quick, but I actually think that this segment is going to be pretty fun. Adam Ruins Everything. And what he does, he's so annoying, and he's such a hipster millennial. But he does these things like, why tipping should be banned. Why homeownership is actually a terrible investment. The real reason hospitals are so expensive. And I'll tell you, I watched these two and I wanted to take a pencil and jam it into my eye socket. Okay. Reason being, I don't even care. Whatever they say in this, I think is probably idiotic. Building up equity in property is like the main vehicle for intergenerational wealth. And so if you're against homeownership, I think you're effing... I don't have anything nice to say. With tipping, he says, oh, well, in Europe, they don't tip. Well, guess what? Don't care. In Europe, they pay their wait staff, $15-20 an hour, but then sometimes their service is good and sometimes their service is garbage. You know what makes a good server? Somebody who cares about getting a good tip. And so you might get a poor server. That's totally true. And there might be bad servers. But guess what? Serving isn't hard. Serving's not hard at all if you're a charismatic person. You walk up, you go, it can be energy intensive, but it's not mentally difficult. You walk up, you say, hey guys, well, I used to work at Mellow Mushroom Pizzeria. Hey guys, welcome to Mellow Mushroom. My name is Connor. I'm going to be your server today. I obviously want to be able to take your order as soon as possible. If you have questions about the menu, go ahead and let me know. Can I start you off with something to drink? Then you take the drink order. Then you move to the next table, get the drink order. Move to the next table, get the drink order. Move to the next table, get the drink order. And then you go and get everybody's drinks. And as you come back, you go ahead and serve everyone's drinks. And you also have your notepad out and you say, hey, are you guys ready to order? Or do you need another couple of minutes? And if they say, no, we're ready, then you boom, take down the order. And you do that for all 4 tables that are in your section, right? Or 8 tables that are in your section, depending on your section. Then you go type that in, you enter it into the system, and then the food's going to come out at different times, like appetizers, entrees, desserts come out at different times. And then you also ask about dessert at the end of the meal. But effectively, you run out the appetizers, you run out the entrees, you give them 5 minutes, and then you check on the food and you say, hey guys, how's everything? Is everything good? Can I help you out with anything else? And if they say, no, we're good, everything's great, then you leave them alone and you just walk by every 5 minutes so they can flag you down if they need a drink refill. And that's it. That's the whole job. And then you give them the check and you say, hey, it was fun hanging out with you guys. I hope you have a great day. Bye for now. And then boom, they'll give you, let's say that, the meal is $20. They'll give you $4. Let's say the meal is $50. They'll give you $10. Let's say the meal is $100. They'll give you $20. And so if you turn and burn 4 or 5 tables twice an hour, then effectively what you've done, you got, let's say it's 4 tables, which was the smallest section in the restaurant, and you have all of them give you $5, then you're making $40 an hour. And all you're doing is you're helping people eat food faster in a convenient fashion. It's an excellent job. So if you're a bad server, then maybe making $10 an hour or $20 an hour sounds better. If you're a good server, getting paid $20 an hour sounds like a dog shit proposition. So the fact that Adam Friended, some Los Angeles bougie dickhead who's never worked retail or restaurant in his life, wants to ban serving, he's an idiot and a moron. And he's never been a part of the industry and he doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he's speaking about it authoritatively. Fudge that. Do you think I want to make $15 an hour or do you think I want to make 40? The answer is obviously 40. So anyways, Adam's an idiot. Sorry, my bias is coming out even before we go into the segment. God, I hate this guy. Anyways, so I prefer Tim can obviously be cringe, but I hate Adam more. So this is going to be a fun segment. Sacred Snow says, serving is an excellent job, and I think the discussions around tipping is a non-issue. The only reason it is because when you don't get tipped, it really sticks in your mind. Memory prioritization, bad memories. Yeah, of course. And by the way, there's racism in the service industry. Do you know why? No, we're talking about Adam. Yeah, it's not Adam Friended. We're talking about Adam Conover. He's the guy of Adam Ruins Everything. So you should be as nice to every single one of your customers as possible. I agree with that 100%. And I treat every table as good as I can, no matter what, no matter how rude. However, they're disproportionately, I'm just going to say it, Black folk don't tip as much. And they don't feel compelled to. And so when you get a table that's predominantly Black folk, you might be a little discouraged because there's a 50-50 shot that you're either going to get a good tip or you're going to get like $2, right? So what's going to happen is let's say that you have a $50 meal with a family that doesn't want to tip. Okay. If you're making on a $50 meal, you make $10, right? That's like 20% if you earn your 20%. So to them, to the people who are eating the restaurant, money can be important, obviously. But if your life is going to be made or broken by $10, then you probably shouldn't be eating fast food or eating out, right? If $10 is so important that you cannot tip, you probably should not be eating at a restaurant because it's so much more expensive than cooking at home, right? So if you have $100 tab and you leave a $2 tip, I'm just going to be real. I don't care about cultural differences between working class, middle class, or whatever. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. So, anyways, the truth is that there is bigotry against bigotry. There's frustration with African American clientele because half of them do tip and half of them don't. And then even the ones who quote unquote don't, they either don't leave you any money at all or they'll leave you a really reduced tip. And then Hispanics, I would say that in Central Florida, a lot of the Hispanics are tourists who come in for Disney. And so they're rich. And so they do tip. But there are Hispanic working class families that also don't tip. But I don't, if I was worried about getting tips from a table, I would say with African-American folk, it was like a 50-50 concern. And with a Hispanic working class table, it was like a 20% concern. Right? Yeah. Anyways, enough about racist tipping. Sacred Snow says, there are biases that are constantly confirmed in serving. You don't usually get stiffed, but when you do, they're usually something other than, middle-class white. Yep. Well, QC John says, it is against the tenets of girlhoodism to eat a steak at a restaurant. I don't know about that. I like a good steakhouse every now and then. I don't know if I can endorse that, but I do agree that a homemade steak should be prioritized 100%. Anyways, looks like we got a lot of servers and restaurant folk in chat. So there's a bunch of veterans commiserating about the restaurant industry. It's a good industry. I actually liked it. I think being a server or being a restaurant in your early 20s is a really fun job. Even if you're back of the house and you're only making $10 an hour and you're busting your ass harder than the front of the house or whatever, you still get to, flirt with wait staff. That's how I met my wife. You still get to, get tattoos and go drinking with the boys. You still get to, go to the bar after the shift is done. I actually think that if you have to work while you're going to school, I think being in a restaurant is actually the best job you could have. Do women servers get higher tips than men servers? I mean, if they're hot and they're good, yes. But there's plenty of female servers who suck at their jobs, and it doesn't matter how hot they are. That's actually one of the funny things, Bud123, about the job is the job. You have to be good at it, right? So I guarantee you, there's plenty of restaurants out there that have like hot, incompetent female staff, but the attractive, incompetent female staff, they might get like a bigger tip every now and then just because it's like a guy who, wants to ask for their phone number or something. But 90% of the time, people care more about their food than they care about going on a hot date with the attractive waitress. And so if you're bad at your job, it doesn't matter how hot you are. That's another thing that I actually love about the restaurant industry is you have to be competent. So Harmonic says, not a big fan of rich people food like steak and lobster. Well, to each their own, I guess. Conservative liberalism says, I work construction instead, sun up to sundown, made bank, but it was a total sausage fest. Bruh, you missed out. Next life. When you die and reincarnate, go restaurant industry. It's a lot more fun. Betty Veronica 2.0 says, I had coworkers who didn't want to serve Asian guests because certain generations didn't order alcohol, so low check average. See, that I find that more racist than my statements about African Americans, because the truth is that like you're just being selfish at that point. Because you should be willing to serve a $20 meal. You should be willing to serve a $50 meal. You should be willing to serve a $500 meal. Because at the end of the day, if somebody's giving you a $20 tip, they are paying you infinitely more than the people who are busting their ass on the back of at the back of the house. So I feel like those people, whoever you served with in the restaurant industry, I feel like they were privileged princesses. I don't like that. Gen X says, I did a Lone Star because we did line dances. I made really good money. Not surprised. If you want to see the underbelly of society, become a convenience store clerk and work night shift. Yeah, pass. Like a Dollar General cashier who works the night shift, they see hell on earth. Same thing with like Walmart night shift. You see meth addicts shopping for pool toys at 3 a.m. Kingslayer Damocles says, I've never been a server. My tips generally start at 20% and it increases or decreases based on performance. That's great. Yeah, that's good. Harmonic says, I mean, why eat steak when you can have a nice burger? I do love a nice burger. You're making me hungry now. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat before we start the segment. Gen X says, and I worked at Applebee's when Master P and all the No Limit rappers came there once on a week. They tipped well, always ordered the rib baskets. Dude, there was a time, it didn't happen to me, but Vin Diesel and I think it was The Rock. It was some I think it was Vin Diesel and The Rock when they were shooting some movie or something. They were in Orlando for whatever reason. I don't think they shot anything local. I think they were just having a business meeting, but they went to a local restaurant and they tipped. And what I mean by that is they had, you know, a $200 bill or like a $500 bill, and they just left $1,000. They basically left double the cost of the meal. So if the meal was $500 for them and all of their associates, they left $1,000. Which, think about that. You get to meet Vin Diesel, you get to meet The Rock, you get to get them their drinks, and if they're nice, you get to chit chat with them a little bit, and then they leave you $500 and you worked for 45 minutes. But since you have other tables, they were only a quarter of what you did in that 45 minutes. Think about how cool that is as a job. That's a cool job for a young person, in my opinion. Sapien Green says, I may be remembering wrong, but wasn't tip usually 10% in the past? I don't know. It was 20% since I was a kid. Commander Haircut says, like, it's great some people can get a bunch of money from tipping, but there's plenty of often other good servers that barely get over the line for their expenses. I don't agree, Commander Haircut. I think because you're a lefty, I think you're too sympathetic to the bad servers. Comedy Calamity Clip says, this is why I don't go out to eat anymore. The fact that folks are expecting 20% tip they add on hidden tip fees makes it not worth it anymore. Fast food and restaurant food is insanely expensive now. It's crazy expensive. Just like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, McDonald's meal, you could eat for $5. Now you're eating for 10. If you're lucky, and you're getting the cheap stuff, because like a McDouble is $2 or $3. A McChicken is $2 or $3. A soda is $2 or $3. So you're dropping 10 for what 10 years ago was $3. So yeah, I would say fast food and restaurants are absolutely shafting the clientele right now. Now, I'm sure their profit margins aren't that high, but the prices, in my opinion, do not line up with reality. Well, QC John says, it was known around Indy that after Colts home wins, Peyton Manning would cover all the checks for whoever was at where he was eating. That's sick. Yeah, that's awesome. I know good servers that are struggling. Lol, I'm observing realities that people are experiencing. Well, dude, you're not going to be rich off of it. Commander Haircut. So making $30-$40 an hour, it's not consistent. So it's shift work, right? I'm sorry for talking so much about restaurant industry, but I do think it's interesting. You're not going to make $40 an hour the entire time. If you work morning shift, you're going to make $10 an hour. You're going to make $15 an hour because you only have 2 or 3 tables. There's going to be days that are slow, like weird holidays where everybody stays home, where you're just going to get cut and you're not going to make any money. So making $40 an hour is awesome, but realistically, I think that job should be for young people putting themselves through college. I don't expect wait staff. There are wait staffs who are able to support families off of being a waiter. You guys are getting me excited to be a waiter again. I should go apply to be a waiter. But but there are people who are able to support their families off of being a waiter, but it's very tough. Like the max you're going to make is like 50 grand, 60 grand, right? At least if you're working like a normal restaurant. So if you're working a normal restaurant and you're making 60 grand as a kid, like a 22-year-old with no kids, no responsibilities, no mortgage, no whatever, then yeah, you're rolling in cash. You can go get drunk with your friends. You can get tattoos. You can buy a new car. You can do this. You can do that, right? However, if you have a family, if you have kids, if you have a family member who's sick, if you have any of that kind of stuff, then that money gets burned instantaneously. So I'm not trying to say like you become a server and then you become rich. I'm just saying it's a good job for young people that can be lucrative. Yeah. So anyways, let's check in with chat just a little bit more and then we'll start the next segment. So Comedy Calamity Clip says, I'm glad most countries I visited don't have this crappy tip culture that allow restaurants to pay their workers trash and depend on it. You're going to like Adam Conover, bro. You and I do not see eye to eye on this. Betty Veronica 2.0 says, yes, but I also look at the to-go order for a coworker who had an attitude towards a black customer, RE no tips, but that customer actually tipped me. I didn't have that attitude. Yeah, Betty Veronica. Here's another thing. People hated doing to-goes, but it was a shift that everyone needed to do. And you know what I did? Sorry, I'm going to go full screen because I'm a I'm a psychopath. Okay. I'm not a psychopath. I'm actually a very nice guy. But what I would do is I would be freakishly nice when you come in for your to-go order. I'd be like, oh, hey, what's the name on the order? They'd be like, Tim. And I'd be like, oh, awesome. I'll be right back. I'll have it for you momentarily. And then, picking up the phone, taking the calls, all that kind of stuff. And then I would go get their food and I would, put it up and ring them up. I'd be like, oh, that's $40, blah, 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 blah. And then, print out the checks or whatever, hand it to them. And I'd be like, thank you so much. You have an excellent night. And I'm telling you, off of those 3 or 4 sentences, off of being warm and friendly when they walked in the door, off of telling them that I'll be with them almost immediately, off of getting their food in a prompt manner, and also off of telling them to have a good night, regardless of whether or not they tipped me. Like, I don't care if you tip me. I'm being extra nice because I know that it's going to increase the chances that you will tip me. So if you give me $0, I'm still going to be nice to you. If you give me $2, I'm going to be super nice. It has no basis on whether or not I'm nice to you. So I act like everybody's about to leave me a $10 tip. And you know what happens? Some people do. And so as a result of that behavior, some people did the to-go line and they got $30. I did the to-go line. I got 100. You know what I'm saying? And that was considered like, you're jumping on a grenade for the rest of the restaurant so everybody else can do what they need to do. How much on average would you make as a server? I mean, I would say between $15 and $30 an hour. And that was in the early 2010s. So, and I was working a restaurant that wasn't exactly in a pop inside of town. It was near a college, but college kids don't tip very well either. Azarice has been working as a console operator at a museum since February. One of the best HVAC jobs I worked so far. Get full benefits, pension plus 401k. Beautiful. That's sexy. How much weed did you smoke while going through all that? Weed makes me scared. Listen, I definitely smoked a little bit of pot while I was working, but I'm not gonna lie. I have and had anxiety, and so weed 100% gave me anxiety, so I stopped after a while. Gen X says, I tip as well to go as most people probably tip for dine-in. I don't order food for... Yeah, exactly. I don't eat out that much because I know, I don't want to spend $50 on a meal when I can make one at home for 20. DoorDash is crazy. DoorDash is insanely expensive. Anyways, all right, we've been yapping about tipping and all that kind of stuff for long enough, so let me actually start the segment. So anyways, let me show real quick as well, since we have some Azari, the HVAC, the HVAC rep, with a 401k in chat, make it rain. So show real quick. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. That lets other people know that we're live, and it helps them come in and have fun with us and hang out and chat and watch funny, weird, stupid content. So please like the stream. Also be sure to engage in chat. There's lots of really funny people saying lots of really funny things in the chat. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, please do a super chat. Super chats are never required, but they're always appreciated. And then, what was the other one? Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed already, and then also watch the pre-recorded VODs. So type in Counterpoints Politics into your search bar. You'll see a channel named Counterpoints. If you miss a VOD, or you have to leave, or you have to go to work, or you have to do this, or you have to do that, you can catch the VODs on the Counterpoints channel, and watching those gives me AdSense. So if you're brokies, you don't have any extra money for a super chat, you can give us money over there just through your viewership. Also, with those videos, like and subscribe and comment as well. So anyways, let me do the intro. Let's get cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to it's Counterpoints, right? Sorry, there's so many channels. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. Today, we're going to be watching Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything debate Tim Pool. On what? Who knows? But the point is that Adam Conover is a fairly aggressive liberal Democrat, kind of can be annoying sometimes. As a matter of fact, I think Adam Conover is the kind of guy who makes me never want to claim the term Democrat, not only because I don't believe in it philosophically, but Adam Conover is so annoying I don't want to be associated with him. That being said, Tim Pool can also be a little bit of an edgy boy. He can also say very silly things, and apparently they have a very spicy debate. Tim Pool is one of those like, I'm a liberal, but... And then it turns out that everything that MAGA does is actually awesome. And everything that Trump does, even when he does bad stuff, you can bend yourself backwards in order to understand what Trump is doing. So just bear that in mind. Tim is a quote unquote liberal who ended up going MAGA. And then Adam Conover is the classic annoying BuzzFeed liberal. Let's go.
War, we got a special episode today. It's not necessarily about a core issue. It's we're being joined by Adam Conover.
Hey, thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming, man. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm a comedian. I've made a couple television shows in the past, did a true TV show, did a Netflix show. I'm a stand-up comic. I'm going to be in Charleston, South Carolina this weekend, and you guys invited me. Thought I'd swing by.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
You had what year was that show, Adam Ruins Everything?
It first came out in 2015, I think, and ran until 2019. We did like 4 or 5 cycles of it.
My mom loved your show.
Oh.
And I think she watched regularly. I watched a handful, to be honest. I'm not going to.
That's fine.
But you did have one really good one on gun control that I thought was good because you pointed out Reagan was the start of gun control. And you had probably one of the most, I think, honest portrayals when you had a Black Panther and like a white rural fat guy, both being like, yes, guns.
Yeah.
Because we often see this depiction where it's like racists are mad, like they lump all 2A people in with like all white supremacists or whatever.
Yeah.
And they try and act like conservatives are mad that Black people have guns. And it's like the 2A guys are not racist. It's a totally different ideology.
Well, yeah, we made the point in that video, though, that those people tend not to defend like Black people who are the Philando Castile case, right, was one of the ones that we talked about. But that's comes.
That actually was a really interesting case too, because there were a lot of people on the right. For people who don't know, this is the guy got pulled over. I think he was smoking weed. He had a gun. He didn't draw it or anything, but the cop just shot and killed him.
I believe what happened, this was so many years ago. And I've done so many things that like my memory for stuff like this isn't as good as it used to be. But I believe he said, like, officer, I have a firearm, and which is what you're supposed to do. And the officer shot him, I think, at that point.
Yeah, like he didn't draw it or anything.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see the risk.
Yeah, so the way that the Philando Castile case, this is actually one of the most horrific cases ever, is because the guy was a concealed weapons carrier, okay, Philando Castile. And there was a robbery in the neighborhood, a few days ago. And Philando Castile, God help me, did look like the robber a little bit, but the pictures of the robber were like grainy CCTV footage. So I would never have the balls to see a Black guy with like, I don't remember his exact hairstyle, but let's just use this as a description. I would never see a tall, skinny guy with twists who had approximately the same skin color as another Black guy and then have the balls to pull him over on suspicion of robbery because they look similar from grainy CCTV footage. That's crazy. So the fact that the cop stopped him just for looking like a robbery suspect, totally different clothes, no ability to discern height, all that kind of stuff, that's crazy already. So the cop thinks that he's stopping a robbery suspect. And so he's already jumpy. He gets out. Philando Castile is like a normal dude and has a concealed weapons permit and has a gun. And so the cop, comes up on him and he's like, just to let you know, officer, I have a gun. And then boom, the cop shoots him in the chest. And it's like, there's no justification for that. Like having a firearm is not a death sentence, right? So what was that? And so K-Soko says Philando was murdered in front of his daughter and wife. Yeah, his wife was like, what the hell? What did you just do? And it's like, yeah, he killed her husband. And then the kid was in the back seat. And it's just, what the hell? And so that was actually the one of the cases that's just totally indefensible, in my opinion. Azrai says, at Counterpoints, I sub to your Patreon because YouTube won't take my filthy HVAC money. Well, thank you. Thank you, Azrai. I do appreciate it. Patreon.com/counterpoints for those so inclined. Yeah, let's take a look and see what happened to the cop in Philando Castile. What happened to the police officer in Philando Castile's case? I wouldn't be surprised if it got dismissed because he was working off he was probably able to articulate what he was afraid of and why. Officer Geronimo Yanez, who fatally shot Castile in 2016, was acquitted on all charges in June 2017. He was later fired from St. Anthony Police Department. His application for a teaching license was denied by the Minnesota Professional Educator Licensing and Standards Board. The PLSB cited his actions in the Castile shooting as evidence of an immoral character, and an appeals court upheld the decision. So he became publicly unemployable. And despite not being in jail, he was fired, which I'm okay with. That's fine because he did kill a man unjustly. Yeah. Well, he was charged, but he was dismissed. Kingslayer Damocles says it shouldn't be, but if you have a gun on you, the cop is going to be cleared 9.5 out of 10 times. Yeah. Yep. Do you post any exclusive content? No, I don't. I'm already busy with everything I'm doing. Conservatism says BLM never took this case up because the cop wasn't white and the black guy was armed, but legally and was compliant. Good times. Yeah. See, that's the funny thing is I think more white people would have been sympathetic, including myself. More conservatives would have been sympathetic to Black Lives Matter if they had made Philando Castile the poster boy of BLM instead of who was that kid who beat the crap out of the cop? Who's the hands up, don't shoot kid? Who was that? He was a teenager. He beat up a store clerk. Mike Brown. Was it Mike Brown? Hands up, don't shoot, shooting suspect. Was it Mike Brown? Sorry. Mike Brown shooting. I can recognize his face. Yep, it was Mike Brown. So this kid went to like a gas station, and I forget what the argument was. I think part of the argument was like he was stealing cigarillos, and like the clerk owed him money or something, and then he just shoves the clerk out of the way and steals the cigarillos. Then he's walking down the street, and a cop car pulls up right next to him and rolls down the window, which is like suicidally stupid. Approaching a robbery suspect by driving up immediately behind them and then rolling down your window is one of the dumbest things you could possibly do. It's to the point that it's almost negligence, in my opinion. And so Mike Brown gets into a fist fight with the cop through the window, starts punching the cop in the face, and then the cop pulls the gun. They wrestle over the gun, and then they shoot him in the chest. Mike Brown runs away for a minute and then turns back around and comes back towards the officer, and then the officer gunned him down. That was the Mike Brown case. Just totally insane case. And yes, there are, let's say that this is the scenario. Let's say Mike Brown was walking down this street and then this cop pulled up right next to him and rolled down his window. That is the easiest way to get killed as a cop. It was legitimately a stupid way to approach the situation. What you would do if you're not a moron is you would drive up behind the suspect, you would park, you would direct your other officers via radio to intercept up front, and then you would park, get out, and confront on foot from 20 to 30 yards away. And the reason why is because if he pulls on you, if he pulls a firearm, you want to decrease the likelihood that he will be accurate, and you want to increase the likelihood that you have time to pull your gun and fire. So again, pulling up next to a person and confronting them through the window of your car is suicidally stupid. I'm sorry for the random BLM cop shooting rant, but it's true. It's true. I think a lot of people would be more sympathetic to BLM if the movement had any discernible principles. Most cases I heard of they jumped on was just amoral opportunism. Yeah, that was one of my frustrations. When BLM got big, it was probably like 9 months into the BLM cycle where they were getting big after Mike Brown, after Trayvon Martin, after the guy up in New York who died from positional asphyxia because he was selling Lucy cigarettes. After all those cases, they jumped on cases that didn't make sense. Like cases where the guy was a felon committing a crime, had pulled a gun and beaten up somebody else, and then was fighting over a gun with the cops and then got killed. And it's like, why is that a problem? That's not a problem. What if you have a gun and you're fighting law enforcement and you get killed by cops? That's not somebody that should be a part of BLM, in my opinion. But nobody listens to me. So, whatever. Commander Haircut says BLM must have had the same problem that Occupy Wall Street did because I didn't follow it closely and associate it more with George Floyd. Yeah, but George Floyd, you have to bear in mind, George Floyd was like 3 years into BLM. George Floyd was the zenith of BLM's popularity, but they had already been rolling as a movement for like 2 or 3 years. Azrai says, linking a Patreon to my Discord, remove me from the Counterpoints Discord. Weird. I'll add you back in. Don't worry about it. Kingslayer Damocles says, except the officer didn't know Mike Brown was the suspect at the time. He just wanted to tell Brown to walk on the sidewalk for safety. I don't know if that's true. That might be part of the narrative. I don't know. Pretty sure he knew he was the suspect. We'll Google it later. Don't worry about it. We'll break it down another day. BLM started much earlier. Even if they didn't use the term BLM during Trayvon Martin was 100% a part of the highlighting of black victims of white/law enforcement violence. BLM was understandable about racism and police brutality regarding black victims, but they would have gotten more sympathy given they focused on all forms of police brutality. Agreed. Anyways, I'm sorry for yapping about BLM and police violence for so long, but we're having fun. We're having fun in chat. Let's continue.
You like had it stored in the car properly.
Yeah. And then a lot of conservatives were like, yeah, well, you shouldn't have been smoking weed. And I'm like, whoa. Like, yes, but you don't die because you're armed. You have a right to keep and bear arms. So that was an interesting contrast. But anyway, that was you got a lot of praise from the Pro 2A people because they were like, hey, this guy's he's being honest. It's like there are Pro 2A people. They're not all going to be racist, white supremacists or whatever. But anyway, I digress. I'm curious. Well, I guess I can ask you something simple first. Like, what are you currently working on?
Currently, everything I'm doing is like podcast, YouTube, right? The like mainstream entertainment industry kind of stopped making the kind of comedy I make, and so YouTube has like replaced television for so many people. It's the number one streaming app on televisions. Their top format is television sets, and so that's where I've moved all my shit. And so yeah, I do kind of similar stuff to what I used to do on cable, doing it on YouTube on a weekly basis. And I'm a touring comic.
Right on. Well, let's jump into the current state of affairs. We've got a second Trump administration, non-consecutive. What's your take on what is currently happening politically and culturally?
Damn. Yeah, I mean, you're going to disagree. Your audience is going to disagree. That's
the point, right?
It's hard. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to, Tim Pool destroys woke comedian. It's fine. You can start the clip at this point if you're doing your response videos, Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty clear fascist authoritarian takeover of the U.S. government. It's we got people being thrown into unmarked vans. We got like the destruction of the civil service, which is like a pretty
Sorry, I'm checking out the Mike Brown stuff while it's running. So this is contradictory, and somebody, Kingslayer, brought up a point that I don't know if it's going to be able to be substantiated. So Brown and his friend Dorian Johnson left the market at noon. At noon, the dispatch described the suspects as wearing blah, 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 blah. Ferguson Police Chief Thomas Jackson said the incident with Brown stealing cigars had nothing to do with why Brown was stopped by Wilson prior to the shooting, and that the reason was Brown and Johnson were stopped because they were walking down the middle of the street blocking traffic. That being said, at noon, Wilson reported he was back in service and radioed units 25 and 22 to ask if they needed backup. 7 seconds later, an unidentified officer said the suspects had disappeared. Wilson called for backup at 12:02, saying, "Put me on Canfield with 2 and send me another car." So that could have been, he was telling them to get out of the road, and then it became the fight. So you have Damocles, I'm putting it at like 70-30. You're right, and I'm wrong. I'll put it at 70-30 that you're right and I'm wrong. So it looks like the reason for the stop might have been him walking down the middle of the road, and then it just escalated from there. Okay, cool.
Standard authoritarian tactic, like early on in a administration of that type. Yeah, it's like sort of remains to be seen how far they'll get, and if they'll actually be able to transform in America in the ways that they're trying to. But yeah, it's pretty. My side of America, people are a little on edge. It's a little frightening to folks.
Yeah, my take on that would be largely because corporate press is lying to them, largely. And
what corporate press? There's no corporate press left, hardly.
Well, I would say their viewership is rapidly diminished.
Yeah.
But still, when you look at, there was a Real Clear Politics aggregate polling found that they didn't do it necessarily by demographic. They did it by decade age bracket. So it was like 20 to 29 or whatever. Every age group except for 70 plus was pro-Trump. was a few points above.
Real Clear Politics did a average, and they said that every age group in
except
America,
for 70 plus.
Every age group except for 70 plus is pro-Trump.
Yeah, let me see if I can try and find it.
And this is contrasting to like all the approval rating stats I've seen have him at like 47% and dropping or something that.
It's largely based on the older crowd.
Just old. That seems like the opposite of every stat I've seen in the past. But I don't like.
Come on, Timmy. Come on, brah. You gotta be ready, right? Corporate press is lying about Trump, which is why people are panicked. So I'm going to tell you why I'm frustrated with Trump. Okay, I'm frustrated with Trump because he's shat on the Constitution. He made fun of John McCain, which you can hate John McCain, but the dude is still a war hero. He still flew fighter jets. He still got tortured in Vietnam. So shitting on him was one of the first times that I was like, fuck you, Trump. I'm not going to vote for you. Then in his first term, he effectively was hands off with the economy. The economy was doing well, but then he mismanaged COVID and he waffled back and forth on whether or not we should shut down the economy, whether or not we should do vaccines, whether or not we should do this, whether or not we should do that. And so as a result, I think through incompetence, 1.1 million people ultimately died because he couldn't pick a lane. He wanted to go along with the health stuff, but then he saw that his base was rebelling against the health stuff. So then he just kept pandering to them over and over again. And as a result, I think a substantive amount of people died. Then after that, after he kind of lost, he blamed all of the economic calamities of COVID on Biden, despite him overseeing some of the things that would cause inflation. He himself put his name on the checks, and he also signed off on the decreased economic activity that caused the inflation of the Biden admin. Then he blamed all the economic woes on Biden. And also, while there was a transition for power, he effectively ginned up a completely false narrative about the election being stolen and tried to throw a riot in order to maintain power. And he used the false elector scheme in order to try to maintain power. So what the hell, right? That's already bad enough. Not to mention that in the second run, he's had an insane 100 days where he's evaporated our soft power, killed tens of thousands of people internationally through negligence and stupidity, backstabbed Ukraine, backstabbed Europe, sucked up to Qatar, sucked up to Putin. And then it was only once Putin played him that he had any kind of sense whatsoever in order to realize what was actually going on in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. So no, I don't think it's the corporate press lying to me. I think that there are descriptively evil things that the Trump admin is doing and responsible for that you cannot defend logically from a Republican who cares about a republic perspective. So yeah, that's insane to me that Tim would say that out loud. Yeah, you can think that McCain. Yeah, Christian Blair says, tried to steal an election, inspired an attack on the Capitol, justified the attack, pardoned the terrorists, endorses violent rhetoric against the media and his opponents. Yeah, this is just like the tip of the iceberg. This is what I can recall off of the top of my head. This isn't even like an in-depth analysis about all of Trump's sins. Oh, don't forget, McCain was also made pro-Viet Cong propaganda. Yeah, under duress. Let me break your fingers and see if I can make you do, pro-Viet Cong propaganda. Okay. Also, Trump was a flat-footed draft dodger. How does he get to hate on making pro-Viet Cong propaganda when McCain's fingers were getting snapped and Trump dodged the draft and avoided Vietnam? He doesn't get to do that. Not in my book. Maybe that works for you guys. It doesn't work for me. K. Soko says, unlike Trump, I think McCain is a hero. Yeah, you can say he has bad politics and still had the stones to be a naval aviator. Sapien Green says, Tim knows that what Trump is doing is bad and fascistic. He just doesn't care because he wants that Trump is doing to happen, but all admitted before. Yeah, he thinks that it'll all come out in the wash. You could write a book on all the horrible stuff he's said and done. 100%. And I think people have. Trump had bone spurs, man. Come on. Yeah. Yes. All right. Anyways, sorry.
Follow those really closely.
Yeah, I don't know how to find this image because it was a few weeks ago, but let me see if I can try and pull it up and talk at the same time, which I probably can't. But I don't actually. Do you want to see if you can try and find it while we talk? Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here typing
No problem.
out of my mind. Yeah. So what I would say is like the obvious story. We debated this last week live is the Abrego Garcia story.
Yeah.
And so the take that I've typically seen from liberals is actually I'll use a specific example. The David Pakman subreddit. Pakman, of course, has millions of followers. He gets 100 million views per month. And his audience on Reddit was saying, this is just a family man who is trying to escape harsh conditions in Central America, who has been effectively disappeared by the Trump administration, which is a gross mischaracterization of what happened. If we were to say that a judge granted Abrego Garcia withholding of deportation due to Barrios 18 in Guatemala and threats against his life in El Salvador, then the question of due process is he needed to get a hearing as pertaining to that withholding of deportation. But he did already have two hearings in which he was determined to be an MS-13 gang member. He was pulled over and law enforcement believed him to be human trafficking. He has 2 filings from his wife for beating her. She was filing orders of protection. And so it's fine if, in my view, the liberal side of things, or the, podcasters like Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen and others are going to say, hey, he was supposed to get a hearing. Agreed. But it is a gross mischaracterization. So when you mention that, people on the left are on edge, I'm like, yeah, well, they think that a guy who lives in Maryland who was working like a regular union job or whatever just disappeared one day, as opposed to a guy who had gone through several hearings, was arrested with MS-13, had symbols on his hand that law enforcement believe were MS-13 gang tattoos. And so the real question is, what was the error in that deportation? On the right, it's legally called harmless error, in that he didn't get a hearing as to the withholding of deportation. However, he wouldn't have got it approved anyway. So the answer now is a formality. It's paperwork. It's a Zoom call, and then it's done. But people on the left, the liberal side of things, they think that this is a working class family guy who's vanished one night, an American citizen. And I think it was actually Hassan.
Well, people don't think he's an American citizen. I mean, they're up to speed on like
Hassan Piker thought he was from Maryland. Legit. And so
okay.
and we're talking, and I know it's not you, but this is like the 7th biggest live streamer in the country. Almost every single day, Hassan gets 50K.
But he's a liar.
He actually said on his stream in response to the comments I made at the White House, what do you mean he's not from Maryland? Are you saying he's from DC? He's from Maryland. No, he's from El Salvador. He only lived in Maryland for a few years.
Okay. I mean, that guy talks for, 8 hours a day. Like, you can parse, any particular
For sure.
statement. But like, I mean, that to me, everything that you said, first of all, half of it sounds unrelated. Like, he's had past interaction with law enforcement, like domestic violence and stuff like that. To me, that's like neither here nor there. It's like character stuff.
So hold on. I'm going to disagree with Adam right now, although I do understand if the liberals in my chat disagree with me. I think that the Democrats have made a mistake by picking Kilmar Abrego Garcia over Andre Hernandez, because Andre Hernandez is a gay man who doesn't have any gang affiliations that I know of, who was deported to Sakot and is being held without trial. And I have no idea what his fate is, but these are the tattoos, was like the crowns with mom and dad on it. And he's literally a gay hairdresser. You know what I'm saying? So I think that this should have been the face of the movement, so to speak. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I think it is relevant. He has not had a criminal conviction in 14 years. That's something to his credit. In 2019, he was detained in a Home Depot parking lot in the presence of 2 confirmed MS-13 gang members. They had marijuana and drugs on their person, but they threw it under a car, so I don't think they were able to assign it to anyone. When it came to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he did have $1,200 cash on his person. He was also wearing a Hear No Evil, Speak No Evil, See No Evil sweater, which is associated with Hispanic gang culture. He was also wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, and the main symbol for MS-13 is the devil horns. So it's viewed as a dog whistle for MS-13. There was a third-party witness or whatever who said that he was clicked up. Whether or not he was, who knows. Then in a different year, he was pulled over by a state trooper with 8 non-citizens in the car. That car was registered to somebody who does do human trafficking. Then, what was it? In 2021, his wife accused him of battery. And so this is, for me, this is relevant because it's a due process violation. I agree it's a due process violation. It's an egregious due process violation. And the way that the Trump admin has ignored the courts, I find repulsive. And it points to their fascistic tendencies. But I do think that Kilmar Abrego Garcia probably is a bad hombre and shouldn't be in the United States of America. So that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. Christian Blair says, if you are on pool again and this comes up in a combo, you should correct the record. I probably will. Sacred Snow says, I don't care about Kilmar. I care about the harmless error because of people like Andre. Exactly. That's I'm with you there. Conservative liberalism says, leave it out to the left to pick the wrong figurehead again and again and again and again. Seriously. K. Soko says, liberals didn't pick them. Trump picked them, and we are trying to defend our constitutional rights domestically. Okay. But at the same time, we pick, K. Soko, we pick who we choose to talk about. Trump can say, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a bad hombre, and we can say, yeah, maybe, but he's still entitled to due process. That can be the line of argumentation. That's perfectly fine, and I accept that. Andre Hernandez, I don't think anybody has come up with a single reason yet why this dude belongs in Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador. So maybe he's like a coke dealing murderer assassin who's able to hide it behind his gay persona. But because we haven't focused on Andre Hernandez Romero, we don't know. And this dude is still stuck in Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador, I should be specific. Are crowns even associated with Tren de Aragua? No idea. I think they say that it is, even if it isn't. Crowns are very common in tattoo culture. Inflation is the fault of the Federal Reserve, claiming inflation was transitory for a year to keep interest rates close to 0% and do trillions in quantitative easing buying mortgage-backed securities. Sure. I heard someone say the other day that just the flights have cost tens of millions of dollars to ship the migrants to Sukkot. I think Garcia was chosen because Trump already admitted an error. Yeah, I agree. But maybe do a little bit of preliminary research before we make him the face of the improperly deported people. Andre Hernandez is the Philando Castile of extrajudicial deportations. You're right. Conservative liberalism, you're so right. Because Philando Castile is nowhere near as well known as Mike Brown, as Eric Garner, as George Floyd, as whatever. And yet he is such the obvious example of police malfeasance and brutality. He was an infinitely better, I hate to say martyr for the cause, but Philando Castile was an infinitely better martyr for the cause than those other three characters. Eric Garner, to a degree, is an okay martyr. And then same thing with these cats. Andre Hernandez is infinitely better as a martyr than Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Maybe, if it's maybe, then he should be on trial. Sure, I agree. But K. Soko, we as a country, you don't have to agree with me, but this is the way that I see it. We as a country, when it comes to immigrants, we have a choice on who we allow into the country. And we also have choices. So we can allow a Indian immigrant from Gujarat with $300,000 who's ready to buy a gas station and start a small business, and he doesn't need welfare. That's one immigrant that we can take into the country. Then we have Central and South Americans who are coming from collapsed, failed states who are interested in working in the construction and agricultural industries, but they might need some welfare, like TANF, temporary assistance for needy families. I don't even know if illegal immigrants are entitled to that. I don't think they are. But let's just pretend that we're just being racist and all immigrants use welfare, okay? So they might need some assistance while they're doing the jobs that are necessary for the American economy to work. Okay, I like those people. I want them in the country. I think they're decent. Now, within that subcategory, you have the dude who works his job, goes home, takes care of his wife, takes care of his kids, no interactions with law enforcement, no criminal tattoos, no drug consumption. Then you have Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who has the marijuana leaf, the smiley face, the cross, and the skull on it, which is symbolically assumed to be M for marijuana, S for smiley face, cross for 1, 3 holes for the skull. And then he's also caught in the presence of gang members. He has $1,200 on his person. He's wearing a sweater associated with gang culture. He's wearing a hat associated with gang culture. He's caught in a car doing human trafficking. And there's allegations of him beating his wife in 2021. So I don't want that person in my country. I'm just being real. So yeah, he's entitled to due process, but he is not the martyr I would have chosen. K. Soko says, I'm sorry, I don't care if people don't like or want him. The government illegally deported a lot of these people and wants to do it to citizens and revoke papers. I'm sorry, we should stand tall for even the lessers of society. Okay, well, I think you're politically inefficacious. I think you need to pick better martyrs. Chen X says, and we can allow 17 Mexican gang members related to the Sinaloa cartel boss. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Sapien says, if you send someone to prison, there has to be a trial. If there's not a trial, that means there's no due process. If there's no due process, there are no rights. I agree with what you're saying. However, this is an argument of structure, is that he's a citizen of El Salvador. Okay. I'm not saying this is good. I don't think Kilmar Abrego Garcia should be in Sukkot for the rest of his life. I'm saying that Kilmar Abrego Garcia should ultimately probably be deported. So K. Soko says, I disagree 100%, and that's fine, I guess. It's okay. K. Soko, I know you are very passionate in disagreement with this thing, and I will move on so I do not frustrate you. It's 100% false in this example. All right. I'm going to make a point, and I understand you're getting frustrated, so I will move on momentarily. But I'm going to make this point. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. 1 billion photos. If I keep scrolling, it's still going. There's 1 billion photos. If I go to news, BBC, Wikipedia, CBS, AP, Wall Street Journal, Fox 56, DOJ, ABC. Okay. Andre Hernandez. We get a third of the way down one page, and then it starts being other people. And then if I go to news, Trump admin deports one NBC story or one CBS story, one NBC story, some clips, GLAD, HRC, state member. You can see that, not, in my opinion, based off of what I just showed online, 90% of the media attention has gone to Kilmar Abrego Garcia instead of Andre Hernandez. So in my opinion, liberal sympathetic media would have, I'll try to say it as diplomatically as I can. Liberal and progressive media would have been better served highlighting the case of Andre Hernandez Romero than they would have been highlighting the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That's my opinion. You don't have to like it. That's my opinion. Possum Nation says it just optically, it doesn't have to make sense. It's like when Dems focus on trans issues for the election. It's not a winning optic. Yeah, we're talking about optics. We're talking about rhetoric. But no one but Trump and his admin picked them, so please just describe it right. People on the left are standing for a lot of these people. Do you realize Trump picked shit people, so people will claim this? Okay, Soko, I'm going to move on because I know that I'm frustrating you. We have a choice in how we respond, okay? When Trump picks bad hombres to highlight the crimes, we can either spend 90% of our media attention on the people, the bad hombres that he picked, or we can pick the most egregious cases and highlight them. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the reason why that case was selected was because of the lack of due process in reference to his deportation. However, once all that other information found out, the story has lost steam in public consciousness because they say, ultimately, it's a paperwork issue. Okay? I think it's a fascistic threat to the due process of the United States of America. I think it's evil to send people to a gulag in Central America. I think that the Trump admin is mustache twirling levels of bad because they're trying to do this to our own citizens. I am with you. I agree. This is evil. It is bad. However, if you want to fight in the realm of politics, You have to consider optics and public perception. Sash picks bad people and we just say, oh, well, fuck our rights. Okay. All right. We'll move on. I'm frustrating you, and I know I'm frustrating you. Not sure if you use this example, but also Parks and meticulously chose person for the bus incident, and it was done on purpose. Yes, Rosa Parks was picked meticulously for optics. They need to pick their own battles, not predictably take the battlefield MAGA wants them to take. Yes, this is intellectual, spiritual, and psychological warfare. So, K-Soko, you and I agree on the same principles. We are disagreeing on tactics. Okay? But I understand I'm pissing you off, so I'm going to let it go.
I don't really give a shit about like the character of the guy, and I didn't.
You and Adam Conover will probably see more eye to eye.
I think that was a big part of the story. It was like the fact that he did not, receive due process before being, rendered to a prison, like this bizarre prison in El Salvador. Like that's the strange part.
That's
right?
El Salvador's government with an El Salvadoran citizen. That's not our purview.
I mean, he's like sent directly to this like gigantic, complex. It's in
Okay, Soko. I do speak to the evil a substantive amount of the time.
Like highly public way, in a way where like the administration, is making a show of their refusal to, follow the law. It's bizarre to witness, and like the sort of narrow legalistic. Oh, he had a hearing. He was da 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 da. It's irrelevant to like the purposeful spectacle of the Trump administration. Sending this guy who they admit they should not have done this, but they're like, we don't give a shit. We're doing it just because we hate guys like this, and we want like even people who are in the country legally to, be afraid and to self-deport.
Yeah.
Like it's.
Okay, Soko, you're my favorite one guy. Okay, well, maybe not. Commander Haircut is my favorite one guy, but you're my second favorite one guy. All right, your passion comes through.
It seems like the only justification is purposeful cruelty for doing
I don't think they call on any legal immigrants to self-deport. They're calling on illegal immigrants to self-deport, offering up $1,000 if they do.
The guy had a legal status to be in the country.
He did not.
Legally.
It's not true.
See, in Soko, sorry, I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm trying to make this point. Adam has taken the surface level story and not dug into it, and now he's going to make simple mistakes that are going to concede the argument to Tim. Yeah. Soko says, love you, Shelly. I was having a liberal moment. Please excuse my outburst. It's okay. We all do.
Holding of deportation isn't legal status.
I thought it was our sponsor of the stream, Grassroots Hegemon, who was your favorite. Well, he's my favorite because he gives me tons of money, but he doesn't one guy me. If anything, I think that him and I have like 80% ideological overlap.
Withholding of deportation means he was ordered to leave the country, but the U.S. was barred from sending him to El Salvador, specifically because Barrios 18 in Guatemala had threatened his family. So the question as to due process was, this is why I think the actual legal standard is called harmless error. If he actually got either USCIS interview as to the withholding of deportation, it would have been voided because El Salvador no longer has the crime rate that it did 12 years ago or 10 years ago. The issue is, are you still at threat from Barrios 18? The answer is no. And so then you're withholding.
Except for they put him in a prison that was filled with Barrios 18.
If deportation is void, we can deport you. The issue is that for deportation of someone like Rego Garcia, he has a home country, El Salvador. He has a withholding to that, to El Salvador, withholding of deportation because of a gang in another country neighboring El Salvador. We can't deport him to
What's up, Jonah? Good to see you.
Venezuela. We can't deport him to Mexico. That requires treaties. The U.S. doesn't have those, though we do have a treaty with Venezuela, with El Salvador as it pertains to Tren de Aragua. So what ends up happening is he had 2 orders of deportation. He conceded in 2019 through his lawyer that yes, he was here illegally. Yes, he had been found to be here, to be removable under the law, and he requested 3. There's withholding of deportation. There was asylum, and then there was I forgot the third one is it's you can't deport him because of a fear of torture. It's like a UN thing. And
And the reason why asylum was rejected was because you have to apply for asylum within 1 year of being in the United States if you're an illegal immigrant. And there are plenty of illegal immigrants who don't apply for asylum because they obviously fear for deportation if they get into the country. As a matter of fact, 95% of the people who apply for asylum in the United States get rejected. So that's why they don't even bother with the application. But he was caught. And so since he was caught, he wanted to do the application to see if he could get it squeaked through.
And they denied 2 of them. Asylum was denied because he didn't apply for it in a timely manner. Deportation to El Salvador was granted because of Barrios 18 in Guatemala. And then the last one was denied because there's no torture provision. The remedy right now would be a Zoom hearing where he gets on a computer, talks to these are executive judges, by the way, and they would just say, withholding denied. Welcome to El Salvador. You're an El Salvador citizen. I think the real issue is, yes, it was an administrative error. Shouldn't have happened. But the remedy is a 10-minute Zoom call. If we did that, nothing would change. If he was brought back to the United States, he'd immediately be turned around and sent back because his withholding would be voided. So
how is this something that you're certain? I mean, the man was, did a judge not order the Trump administration not to remove the guy? Like,
I think, it was under the first Trump administration. He was granted the withholding. He wasn't supposed to be removed. He got caught up in the sweep, essentially. But again, if the due process due to this man would be a hearing under withholding of deportation.
So is he receiving this due process?
No, I agree. They should do it. I actually asked the secretary, why not just send the USCIS guy down?
So why don't you think they're doing it?
I think there's 2 potentialities. Trump, actually, it's probably more than 2, but Trump doesn't want to look weak. He doesn't want to look like he's going to be pushed around by the judiciary. But I do agree with you.
Otherwise known as following the law.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the universal.
In this case,
no, actually, universal injunctions are unconstitutional.
Guys, you have to understand how this is perceived by a lay audience. Okay, in case Oko, if I trigger you, I'm sorry. But what's happening is Adam is coming on and he's proposing a narrative, which is that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a man from Maryland, that even if he's a bad guy, he shouldn't have been deported, and the Trump admin violated the law. Now, to you and I, you beautiful dozens of souls who are hanging out with me on your beautiful Friday, thank you kindly for hanging out with me today. The reason why that we know that Tim is getting things wrong is because we've studied the case over the past few weeks, right? Over the past month or 2. All right. But the lay audience doesn't know that. They're getting their information from Tim Pool. And so as a result, when he says, hey, these are all the criminal accusations, this is the violation, they can do a Zoom meeting. There's nobody in this room to push back and say, actually, like, he's being deported to a prison without trial that has the gang members who have threatened to kill him. So that's probably a violation of the stay order. And then also, who says that you can have this level of trial over Zoom call? It might be something that needs to be done physically. So he should be physically extricated to the United States in order to do this. And why are you sympathizing with and making apologia for the Trump admin that is doing authoritarian bullshit, not just with Kilmar Abrego, but also with Andre Hernandez, also with other non-citizens? Also, they're arguing to do it with citizens. This is the kind of thing where, yes, you need to argue for the rights and due process of all human beings, but you also need to understand what the audience is perceiving from this. And right now, what it seems like is Adam doesn't know what he's talking about. Tim is explaining it to him, and Tim is getting easy dunks because Adam is just like every other liberal who doesn't know what they're talking about, jumps into a moral outrage, assumes they're correct, and doesn't understand the facts of the matter. So you have to understand that optically that might not be plain to us, but it is plain to the lay audience. And in particular, it's plain to the conservative audience that way. Sacred Snow says, you have to say that's bad to Trump bringing up Kilmar, but you should not make them the headline if there are other examples who are perfect victims. Well, somebody also said this earlier. They said that you shouldn't center the movement on a single person. And I agree with that. Because if we highlighted Andre Hernandez, if we found another half dozen people who were wrongfully deported or were deported to Saqqat without sufficient evidence to establish that they were gang members, then when they argue that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a bad guy, you can be like, yeah, he could be a bad guy, but we still need to follow due process. And even if you're making the argument about bad guys, look at Andre Hernandez. He's a homosexual hairdresser from Venezuela who is currently sitting in Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador, despite having no gang affiliations that have been proven at all. So, you know, like that's where I think not centralizing the narrative around a single person is good. The reason why we do that, though, is because obviously when you make it one person, you make it personal. Because when you see so many stories about the same person, it feels real. It feels like somebody you know, right? So there's an argument to be made that you should centralize a character in order to explain the narrative. And then there's arguments for why that's dangerous. And I think this entire political squabble shows why it's dangerous. Gen X says, how would he be sent back to prison and not just deported? It's because of his accusations in El Salvador. You don't have to be a proven gang member convicted of a crime in a court of law. You just have to look like you're a gang member. If you have gang affiliated tattoos or any friends who are gang members, you can end up in Sukkot. They don't have the same standards of due process that we do here, and they also don't have the same crimes. Being accused of being an affiliate of a gang is sufficient to end up in Sukkot. Sacred Snow says Kilmar is not the cause. The cause is due process rights. Kilmar is the wrong figurehead. It should be Andre. Well, I agree. And not just that, it should also be the injustice. We're not just talking about this thing because of due process. We're also talking about injustice. Is it just to take a man who is legitimately fleeing a failed state? Because I think that Andre Hernandez Romero is from Venezuela. Is it okay to take a man from a failed state who's a productive member of his community and put him in Guantanamo Bay, despite the fact that he's never been accused of a crime, never been convicted of a crime, and doesn't have any gang affiliations? Is that justice? And the answer is no. Regardless of process, it's still an injustice. K. Soko says, just remember Nazis used to convince people that those in the camps deserve to be there. I'll never fall for that and listen to a governor just write people out of existence. Yeah, sure. I'm with you there. But we should still be horrified about other aspects of the case. It's not just going to Sukkot. It's not just the lack of due process. It's also punishing people for the crime of existence. Gen X says, lol, are they? That was argued to SCOTUS yesterday, and they sure didn't sound like universal injunctions were unconstitutional to them. Tim was so triggered by Sam and Co making fun of his singing. Yeah, well, he's taken psychic damage since, I'll say it. Gen X says, yes, it is absolutely a problem that F-sticks like Tim Pool don't know what they're talking about and are the ones educating the masses. Yes. Well, I mean, that's why we do this stream. We do the stream because hopefully we can, both left and right, we can add a level of nuance and understanding to the world that is not common in the media sphere. Now, maybe I don't know what I need to do. Maybe I need to be dumber. Maybe I need to not talk as much. Maybe I just need to sit back and go, that's cool. I don't know what I need to do, but obviously we need to get bigger in order to have an impact. Sapient says, Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador is a great phrase. Keep using it, especially next time you talk to Tim. Yeah, it's Guantanamo Bay. People on the right, some of them probably believe being gay is enough to be sent there. I agree, but that makes them evil. It makes them bad. Did a bunch of innocent moms get deported? Yes. There was a whole bunch of people who had like citizen children, and they got deported either with or without their children, which are both injustices. Or that one college girl who grew up here and got deported because her family never got their papers. Yeah, not just that. Or the French lady, she was Russian. She was working for Yale or Harvard. She brought in frog embryos, excuse me. And because she was trying to evade declaring the frog embryos for some kind of research that she was doing, they're thinking about deporting her back to Russia, which is like she's been a critic of the government. So it's effectively I don't want to say it's a death sentence, but it's at minimum like a potential incarceration, if not death. K. Soko says, thank you, Shelley. The cause is the cause. Good and bad people will be the face. We have no control over who Trump wants to do with this. The cause is justice. We align on that. Okay. We align on principle. I think we're disagreeing on tactics. And what you're trying to do, which I understand, I just disagree with it, is you're saying that I am conceding the rhetorical game by allowing them to change the framing into, well, Kilmar is a bad guy. Okay. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is that when we're playing to an exterior audience of political laymen and normies, and we're playing to conservatives, our argumentation has to be on point, or they will use these rhetorical tactics to rip apart the arguments and then support injustice. So, French, frog, same difference. True. Gen X says we need to make wild claims. It's just difficult to do that when you have integrity. Yeah, that's my main problem, right? I guess I care about reality. Christian Blair says gulags as its representative of Russian gulags, which right wingers hate and think of with communism. I mean, yeah, that's another good one. I like Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador, because it seems like everybody hates the war on terror. And so Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador, it sounds like a hotel chain, which Trump is already in charge of. But then it also brings back the negative associations of the war on terror and the lack of due process for people in Guantanamo Bay. So I think it pisses off liberals in the right way, and it pisses off conservatives in the right way. However, I do think that gulags probably pisses off the right wing appropriately. Gen X says, if the Indian college student Priya is what you meant, a judge just granted her deportation protection today, they try to revoke her over a parking ticket. Yeah, it's evil. It's not justice. It's like proceduralism. It's cruelty masked as justice. The children weren't deported. The mothers chose to bring the children with them. I'm with you, Kingslayer, Damocles, where ultimately the parents have a choice. But just as an example, there was a kid who was a citizen who had cancer and was receiving treatment in the United States. Is she going to get as high a quality of treatment back in Central or South America? Probably not. And so we're effectively giving like a 2-year-old child a guaranteed death sentence because we're not extending like a humanitarian olive branch to this mother and this U.S. citizen. You know, like it or not, the 14th Amendment does extend citizenship to birthright. So that is a 2-year-old with cancer who is a United States citizen. And we just sent her to another country to get less care and presumably die. I think that's evil. Cons don't have a problem with Gitmo. I don't agree. I think the Tim Pool people don't like Guantanamo Bay. Or the GWAT. They have a problem with 20 years of occupation without success. That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting point. All right. Kingslayer, I have a feeling that you're a little bit more hawkish on immigration than I am. I want to conquer the entire Americas. I want Central America and South America to form the... I want there to be a central United States of the Americas, which is like Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, Panama, all that kind of stuff. I want there to be a southern United States of America that includes Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, all those places, right? And so I want there to be 3 United States of America. And so northern, central, southern. And then I want to create the United States of the Americas, which is effectively our miniaturized version of the United Nations, where we cooperatively work together on economics, security, and culture at that level. And I want to become a continental power. That's what I want to do. Trump wants to expand north, not south. Let's do both. ¿Por qué no los dos? Sorry, we need to get back into the content, but you guys, again, are more smart and more interesting than the people who are in media. Tim does, but his audience doesn't. Yep.
So there's a concern that precedent will be set by Trump adhering to universal injunctions pertaining to the Alien Enemies Act or mass deportation, and he's not going to allow that to happen. So he doesn't want to set a precedent in the future. Universal injunctions don't exist anywhere in the Constitution, and we've seen some 40% of all injunctions ever issued in this way against Trump and his administration.
Because Trump does more illegal stuff. Moving on, so I don't yap about it.
He's got more, I believe he has more universal injunctions in the first 4 months than all other presidents ever got.
Because he's done the most illegal shit out of all the presidents ever.
Individually. And that is, I mean, that is unconstitutional. These judges are issuing these mandates which plainly violate their constitutional authority. So the check on that is plainly Trump says, no, I'm not going to adhere to something you can't do.
Right. So this is, you know, again, this is authoritarianism, right? It's like
How's that authoritarian?
There's
well, I agree. The judges are acting in authoritarian.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he as an executive is trying to destroy the power of the other branches of government by ignoring their authority, by mounting
But they don't
like
have the authority to do it.
aggressive legalistic defenses like the ones that you're making
They
in
don't-
order to expand the power of the presidency and be able
Judges-
to act with impunity, which
Judges
is
don't
part
have
of
the
why
authority
he's
to do
sending
that.
them. Sure. I mean, look, I'm not a legal scholar. Generally, I would have said that presidents, I think, tend to follow judicial orders more than Trump tends to, right?
Let me ask you a question. If
Sure.
if a judge ordered you to shoot a man in the head, would that be illegal? I'm using an extreme example
Yes, it would be illegal.
on purpose.
Yeah.
It's obviously no. A judge can't order you to kill somebody. That's crazy. But we're not talking about a judge ordering Trump to kill anybody. We're talking about judges in, I think we're up to like 87 instances, issuing universal mandates across the entire nation based on lawsuits of single individuals. So what, for example, a recent one was the transgender military ban. Donald Trump issued an executive order saying, DSM-5 mental disorder, you are now going to be inadmissible from the armed forces and will be severed unless you are not showing symptoms. A judge ruled from this point forward, the military under Trump must admit all individuals regardless of any mental disorder. The judges only have the authority over the people in their courtroom unless it's a class action lawsuit. Universal injunctions are not constitutional.
Like Brown versus Board of Ed. Like, so you when a person brings a lawsuit to the government,
country, right?
So a person brings a lawsuit to the government about to a judge or the Supreme Court about a law being unconstitutional, and like the ruling should only affect that case. It shouldn't affect
it literally affects the
law.
It affects the law.
Uh-huh.
So in the issue of lower courts and this universal injunction,
if you don't mind, I'm going to fast forward a little bit because they're arguing legalism, and I don't think Tim is entirely correct, but I also don't know enough to correct him. Effectively, like the law should be changed, is I'm assuming what he just said, and this still looks like explanatory, so I'm going to fast forward like another 5 minutes or whatever. But the point is that what Adam said, I think, is a decent objection, which is effectively that if you rule something criminal, non-criminal, whatever in the court, then going forward, that should apply to all people. And he brought up Brown versus Board of Education, which I think was was that segregation? What was that? But effectively, like Brown versus Board of Education was universally enforced. Brown versus Board of Education. State-sponsored segregation in public schools unconstitutional, overturning the separate but equal doctrine. Right. So once that ruling was made, it applied outside of the court. So in the same way, if there's something that is ruled in an individual court, it probably applies outside the court. But I mean, you argue that obviously within a court in order to, go with like precedent. That's a concept within legal theory. But yeah, I think what Tim said is inaccurate. Christian Blair says they had a problem with him saying that he would rebuild Gaza, not because they hate Israel, ethnic cleansing the place, but because they don't want tax money wasted on any Arabs. Well, I mean, yeah, but there's also a bunch of intervention or anti-interventionists who were pissed off about that. Case Ogo says the justices basically said, you're losing all your court battles. Why would you bring this case to us? Lol. That's so based. I'm so happy. Adam is another small face, big forehead. I think he's very big forehead. That's probably why he went with that hairstyle. He should shave. He should pull a Bruce Willis. Soko says they talk a lot about these nation orders and why the courts are using them in recent years, but they told the admin's lawyers it's because presidents have increasingly been going outside the constitutional remit. Yeah, exactly. Soko, when Tim brings up the fact that, Trump has had more court challenges and injunctions about his presidency than anybody else, then it's like, yeah, no baloney, right? Obviously no baloney, because he's done more illegal shit. Conservative liberalism, you're trying to suggest that courts occasionally rule on constitutionality of policy and not just case-by-case instances? You're crazy. All right. Sorry, that it seems obvious when you phrase it that way, conservative liberalism, but I'm getting gaslit by Tim Pool, so I gotta check myself every now and then. The court said they do those national rulings because the effect does not name the enjoined and the relief de facto, the court ruling that way. Interesting. Okay, cool. No, I think conservative liberalism said it best. He really did. He summarized it in such a way. I was entertaining Tim's line of argumentation, but as soon as conservative liberalism kind of made it succinct, yeah, that's silly. If a judge makes a ruling in a case about the legality of a process, that's probably going to apply outside of that individual case. I think that's an incorrect assessment of the way the law works. Well, QC John might have a steel man, though. However, it is true, as Tim laid it out, does a judge have the authority to mandate the military take all enlistments regardless of mental health and conditions or illnesses? No. No, they don't, well, QC John. And I think the way that you would resolve that issue is if the judge ordered that, you would appeal it. Because that's like a nonsensical ruling. The way that my brain is slowly starting to melt throughout that day, the judge, if that's the characterization of what actually happened, indulge me a quick research. Google. Judge says military must take all mental illness. Let's see if Tim's obfuscating what happens. The statement judge says military must take all mental illness is an oversimplification of a complex issue. While the military has a duty to provide mental health care, that's not it. Defenses, lack of mental responsibility, prioritizing, U.S. Army lifts. I guess the transgender military court case ruling. May 6, 2025 effectively allowed the Trump admin to enforce its policy banning transgender individuals from serving in the military. The court lowered a lower court injunction that had blocked the ban, allowing it to take effect while legal challenges. So the question is, what's the lower court ruling? But I don't want to let Tim exaggerate it, because ultimately it was appealed to the Supreme Court and it was struck down. So I'm not going to waste time on that. They followed the process. They figured it out. Kingslayer says, I slightly agree with Tim. These are preliminary injunctions, and the injunction should only apply to the circuits that the injunction is being heard in. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I think I need a JD to understand this. Interesting. Conservative liberalism says, sometimes the game of ping pong happens for sure, but the end result isn't to allow one mentally ill person per court ruling. Yeah. Mentally ill people get checked by other people. Sure. All right. Anyways, I'm going to let this play. I've needed to use the bathroom for like an hour. So I'm going to go hit the head, but I'll be back in 90 seconds.
But there's multiple cases.
If you want to say
so the point of this is to frighten people at universities, pro-Palestinian protesters, and that means any protester on the left, of course.
I'm probably going to enjoy that.
Immigrants of all types, including those who are here on legal immigrant visas. Like the details of the individual cases don't matter. They like creating a firestorm around someone who is here legally, creating a huge controversy about them, and then saying, we don't give a fuck. We're going to do whatever we want to these people because we want you to be afraid, right?
But that's not,
and that to me is that's an expression of like pure authoritarianism. It's a leveraging of state power to frighten undergroups in society that these people don't like. It's like very straightforward. We can mount as many legal defenses as we want of it and say, blah blah blah, according to this statute or that statute, but the actual action is just designed to frighten people Trump doesn't like. And it's bizarre to see him do it.
Let's say yes, but none of that's illegal. That's all actually codified law that they're allowed to do.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's fucking bullshit. It sucks. It's bad. It's bad for the country. It's bad for the American spirit.
We can talk about a lot of bad things that every administration's done in the past that liberals and Democrats have covered up or participated in or didn't argue against.
Yeah, I guess why. I mean, we're talking about this one currently. It feels disingenuous to talk about one thing the Trump administration is doing because Democrats have done bad things too.
Well, like for instance, Donald Trump, through Marco Rubio specifically, revoking student visas, saying that these individuals represent a threat to our national security by adhering to our enemies. And literally, that's what they're claiming. I think it's ridiculous to claim that a student who's anti-Israel is working with Hamas. That's silly. But that's the argument he's making. And under the INA, he has the authority to do it. So you say, okay, well, when people come in here on student visas, they do sign agreements saying they won't do certain things. They do it. They get kicked out.
So this is okay with you because it's narrowly legal under Marco Rubio's purview?
I would say what's fine with me is the revocation of a visa for someone who's not a citizen who's here conditionally. like Mohammed Khalil, who was on a conditional temporary visa.
So
And if it
so
gets revoked, I
Mahmoud.
just say like, well, that's a conditional visa.
I'm going to agree with Tim more than I agree with Adam. So I want to thank chat. I want to thank specifically, there was one that didn't have a tag and there was one that did. I want to thank Katmatbat for their $10 donation via PayPal. And then I also got another $20 donation, but it's in letters that I can't read. So I don't know if that's my friend Yahil Khalil from Israel. I don't know if that's my Israeli friend, but thank you for the donations, kings and queens. I sincerely do appreciate it. And then getting into this with Mahmoud Khalil, Kesoko is going to have an aneurysm this stream, but that's okay. I almost have an aneurysm most streams, so I think it's only fair that sometimes you guys take psychic damage. My position on Mahmoud Khalil is that criticizing the state of Israel should not get you deported, and I understand the Trump admin is currently doing that. I think endorsing jihadist organizations 100%, or other terrorist orgs 100%, should get your student visa, green card, or whatever revoked. If you endorse the slaughter of civilians intentionally in order to prove a political point, you do not deserve to be a citizen of the United States. You don't deserve to have permanent residency. You don't deserve to have temporary residency. It's a really low bar to ask people to not support murder. And if you support murder, you should not be in my society. That's my perspective. Weld QC says, however, if it is true, as Tim laid it out, does a judge have the authority to mandate the military take all enlistments regardless of mental health conditions? Absolutely not. Then we argued about how the courts ultimately did figure it out. Kingslayer says, if you want an injunction nationwide, you should have to appeal it and blah, blah, blah. Gen X says, the court asked yesterday, what if the feds confiscate everyone's guns? Does every person separately have to file a case, or can one district court enjoin it nationwide? No. Yeah, like it depends for what reason, Gen X, right? So if we're talking about like a class of confiscation, let's say that we decided anybody with bipolar disorder no longer had a Second Amendment right. And that was found in a certain case, and they cited some law, and it stood the appeals process. Then that could, in my mind, especially if it was at the state level, that could mean that anybody with bipolar disorder could have their guns confiscated for having bipolar disorder. But then what ends up happening is that's a standard, but when you bump into the people who do have those guns, you bump into like HIPAA laws, right? You bump into privacy laws. And so it's almost impossible to enforce. So Kesoko says, oh, they did, Jen. The oral arguments was good yesterday. Can't wait for uncivil law to cover it. Cool. Conservatism says, on the subject of not supporting murder, how do you feel about Syria's new leader who was on the FBI most wanted list a few short months ago with a $5 million bounty on his head? Fluid world. I mean, it is, but this guy, who's the new president of Syria? He used to be like a member of Al Qaeda, which is really funny. New president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, who's now meeting with the president of Trump. What's so funny about this guy is he was raised, I think he might be younger than me. What's his age? He's young, I think. Oh, he's 42. So he's like a few years older than me, okay? Now, Ahmed al-Shara, there's a so funny al-Shara books picture. So I think the narrative of Ahmed al-Shara, now bear in mind, I'm summarizing it from the outside perspective, was that he grew up in war-torn Syria. He joined Al-Qaeda in Iraq and Syria. He was a terrorist, and he did fight. I don't know if he fought coalition forces, but I think he fought against the Syrian government. And he was like a military leader against the Syrian government, or a paramilitary leader. But what ended up happening was, transformed by the people, is that he read like a few liberal books. I hate to say it, but it's true. He read like a few liberal books, and then he, decided that he was going to try to create like a tolerant, semi-democratic, economically liberal, Western-friendly country. And so despite the fact that he was a jihadist, the United States and the Western allies have like embraced him. So it's a really funny like transformation of events where like, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we would have been trying to drone strike this guy with every, fiber of our being. And yet now, because he's a liberal economist and he signals that he's going to be liberally tolerant of religious and ethnic minorities in Syria, we're like, yeah, okay, you're based. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of a crazy story. I want to see it develop. They still have militias that are slaughtering each other along ethno-religious lines in Syria. So I'm not saying it's resolved, but I do think it's like a really funny story to effectively have a guy who could have been Bin Laden become, Justin Trudeau or Zelensky. I think that's funny. Conservative liberalism says he's rubbing elbows with Trump and Macron. Yeah, exactly. But I am biased because I saw him call for the lynching of a black man on Natalie Lawyer Chick's stream a few years ago. Ooh, that sounds spicy. Just find the picture of him giving Trump a thumbs up. Yeah, I think he fought coalition forces. I wouldn't be surprised. Gen X, my answer would be one from each federal circuit, which is like 13 plaintiffs. If there's a split in the circuits, go to SCOTUS. Kingslayer, I appreciate the enthusiasm with which you're arguing the point that each district should be responsible for its own district. And so if a court is one, and I think procedurally, there's a certain amount of intuitive sense that your argument makes. However, I think the courts are already so overwhelmed with cases that if there's something that makes sense, let's say that, I don't know, Ninth Court of Appeals, there's a restaurant that just denies service to a black man, and they serve, they refuse to serve him, and they appeal it under some civil rights law, and the black guy, wins the case, and that individual defendant is ordered to serve black people in their restaurant. In my opinion, that law should apply outside of the circuit. But what can happen is, by default, but what can happen is if somebody thinks that it shouldn't apply outside of the circuit, then they can sue within their circuit. That's the way that I would do it. Otherwise, we're going to drown in paperwork. So procedurally, I see your line of argumentation, but we're already drowning in paperwork. So he might have gotten sick of a lot of the sectarian violence. I think he said as much. I think he said that he's seen how sectarian violence has destroyed Syria, and he doesn't want to contribute to that.
I don't go to Singapore and spit on the ground. I'll get caned.
So sorry. You think what's
loves
happened to those
Singapore
students
right
is
now.
like that's okay with you? Not legally. I'm talking about like as an event that occurred in the country. You're like, oh, it's good that happened. It's okay with me. You think it's moral. You think it's right. You think it's just. I'm not talking about legally. I'm talking about like you said.
Yeah, moral analysis. Adam's actually being more insightful than I gave him credit for.
Hey, you 60%?
don't
60%.
Yeah, like nothing's so easily black and white.
Rumesa Ozturk, who she wrote an op-ed. The only thing that anybody has even claimed that she's done is she wrote an extremely mild op-ed in her campus newspaper, asking that the college like sort of consider being supportive of the Palestinian cause in some vaguely defined way.
Yeah.
Her visa's revoked. She we've all seen the video, right? People come and like grab her and literally put her into a vehicle.
She was arrested.
They're wearing masks, right? I mean, she's stopped in an alarming way on the street, right?
It's not like they filmed that and published that footage though. That was security camera footage.
Yeah,
People
but
got a hold.
they did it in if you want a student, like a young woman, there's other ways to arrest them than have 6 people show up wearing masks, surround her in a pincer formation. Like it's designed to create terror. So like what's
that way.
What?
Agreed.
Okay, great.
They didn't have and Biden's DOJ didn't need to show up at Roger Stone's house at 4 a.m.
Sure, and you know what? If you want to bring up another example, I'll say I condemn that as well.
Agreed.
If that'll keep us on this topic for a second.
We've had numerous instances across administrations that have acted similarly.
Okay, so let's stay on Rumesa Ozturk. Why do you think that? Like, what was the administration's purpose? Not the legal argument for whether they can do it or not.
Israel.
What? Yeah. Okay. So
it's literal Israel. And it's absurd that they'd argue
Yeah, so this is where I'm going to land in the split of this. So having masked non-uniformed people who might pop a badge out of their t-shirt, I don't think is a good like rules of engagement or escalation of force for federal law enforcement. I do understand that it's necessary sometimes, but if we have like a hijabi student from CUNY or whatever university that she went to, I think the chances of her like pulling a gun or fist fighting you or running away are pretty low. And therefore, I think like, you know, having a couple of officers or whatever ready in case it pops off, that's totally fine. But what it's a college student, right? Walk up and say, hey, miss thing. You know, I've been ordered by the State Department in order to detain you. We need to talk to you about some stuff or whatever. I need you to come with me. And then if she's just like, why? Then at that point you go hands on, but you need 2 or 3 officers, not 6. Now, maybe they're bored. Maybe, you know, that's why there's so many officers. Maybe they don't have like the same level of body cameras that regular law enforcement have. I don't know what the problems are. I get that the aesthetics are skeevy, but you also need to be pragmatic as well. That being said, I do think it's wrong because I know K-Soko is probably ready to fire off a chat here. I do think it's wrong that she's nabbed for writing what's being characterized as a mild op-ed of Israel. Matter of fact, let's do a little liberal fact checking right now. So, woman detained for writing op-ed pro-Palestine. So, Rumiesa Ozturk. So, Rumesia Ozturk op-ed. Let's see if she endorses terrorism in her op-ed. If she doesn't, then I don't think she should be detained or her thing should be... I don't think she should be detained or have her green card revoked. Plain clothes, protecting students from journalism, ordered free on bail, journey from scholar, try again. Here's the op-ed that got... Here we go. Here's the op-ed, Tufts Daily. Okay, I'm actually going to read this because I actually do think this is interesting and we should know about it. So let's know about it. On March 4th, the Tufts Community Union Senate passed 3 out of 4 resolutions demanding that the university acknowledge the Palestinian genocide, apologize for university president Sunil Kumar's statements, disclose... What? Sunil Kumar's statements? Listen, I'll fight for your free speech, but if you're going to be Sumar's statement on Israel... Sorry, who is it? Sunil Kumar statement on Israel. Campus climate student activism. All right, so let's see what they stated as well. These resolutions were the product of meaningful debate by the Senate and represent a sincere effort to hold Israel accountable for clear violations of international law. Credible accusations against Israel include accounts of deliberate starvation, indiscriminate slaughter of Palestinian civilians, and plausible genocide. Unfortunately, the university's response to the Senate resolutions has been wholly inadequate and dismissive of the Senate, the collective voice of the student body. Graduate Students for Palestine joins Tufts Students for Justice and University, the Tufts Faculty and Staff Coalition for Ceasefire, and Fletcher Student for Palestine to reject the university's response. Although graduate students were not allowed by the university into the Senate meeting, which lasted for almost 8 hours, our presence on campus and financial entanglement with the university via tuition payments and the graduate work that we do on grants and research makes us direct stakeholders in the university's stance. While an argument may be made that the university should not take political stances and should focus on research and intellectual exchange, the automatic rejection, dismissive nature, and condescending tone in the university's statement have caused us to question whether the university is indeed taking a stand against its own declared commitments to free speech, assembly, and democratic expression. I don't see any endorsements of terrorism. I see her saying that the university isn't being outspoken enough. Kumar publicly addresses campus climate, student activism. Via a video message emailed. Last semester, the Daily also received and published several op-eds from current students, professors, and alumni reflecting pro-Israeli perspectives. It is possible to denounce terrorist attacks on innocent civilians in Israel and to acknowledge and speak out against the suffering and loss of innocent Palestinian civilian life in Gaza, Kumar said in the video. It is possible to be sympathetic to the humanitarian need of the Palestinian people while still demanding the return of Israeli hostages. And it is possible to be supportive of the self-determination rights of both Israelis and Palestinians without coming across as somehow being blindly supportive of violence. Okay, so it sounds like the Sunil Kumar was being centristy and probably agrees with me, and a pro-Palestine student criticized them. I don't think that's grounds for deportation. I've said it before, I'll say it again. My grounds for deportation is endorsing criminal violence against civilians. Conservative liberalism says comparing Roger Stone to a college girl who co-wrote an op-ed is wild, but intimidation tactics in general are pretty illiberal. Yeah, I do think it's conflation. but I think that Adam is just going to concede for the sake of the argument. I just usually ask why cops don't do shirtless calendars like firefighters, because we're not as hot as firefighters. Firefighters, Death Lily. Firefighters get to chill in a fire station and go out to 1 to 2 calls per shift, and they get to work out the rest of the time if they so feel like it, or they get to cook food and chill in the firehouse. As a matter of fact, if my kids ask to be first responders, I'm going to tell them to be firefighters. The training is hardcore. What the job actually demands of you when you do a real call is hardcore. The pay to play ratio is excellent if you're a bum. If you want to work out, listen to podcasts, hang out with your friends, cook good food, all that kind of bullshit, being a fireman in a slow city is awesome. Whereas being a cop, you're in your patrol car, all 12 hours of your shift, driving around trying to make sure that people aren't getting, robbed, murdered, burglarized. Kingslayer says, K-Soko, follow the 2A rights now. There are some circuits, finds magazines aren't protected under the 2A. Some are should and overrule the not good to until they get to SCOTUS. You guys are still arguing about proceduralism, which is fine. Bud123 says, if you criticize Israel war in Gaza and Hamas for terrorism and taking hostages, you are still anti-Semitic and the Trump admin will deport you. It's true. The death of nuance is a very real thing in modern media. Death Lily says, it's a Nazi joke, lol. Is it? Why don't... Oh, because they have tattoos. They have Nazi tattoos under their shirts. I didn't meet any Nazis. There was one Lake County Sheriff's Office guy who was 100% racist as hell. Like, super racist. But I doubt he had Nazi tattoos. All right, anyways.
What they're doing when it comes to these students is they're saying they're a threat to our national security.
Mm-hmm.
And that's... I mean, do
you think she was a threat to the national security?
It's technically the truth, which is the best kind of the truth, in that, yes, opposing U.S. alliance with Israel is bad. Rallying in any meaningful way students to oppose Israel is bad for the U.S. foreign policy. But come on. You know what I mean? Like, a woman writing an op-ed that's not from here is nothing compared to the people from here writing the same op-eds. What they're doing is they're basically saying, I agree with you in that they're saying, do not do these things or we will deport you. We will find the thinnest of hairs of a reason to revoke your visa if you come out against us. I'm not completely in disagreement. So the reason why I say 60% when you asked me if I thought it was morally right is because obviously they don't need 6 guys swarming her in a pincer formation. One guy could have knocked on her door and said, ma'am, your visa has been revoked. I'm going to need you to come with me. We've got a black SUV you can sit in. We're going to deal with this in a rather kind of boring way. They didn't need to do that. The claim about a threat to our national security is grossly overestimated. The claim that these people have adhered to Hamas is grossly overestimated. That being said, it is still completely legal in that an individual who comes here on a conditional visa not violate the conditions of that visa.
Sure.
So it's
legal. But dude, I'm asking you, like, do you think it's good for America that like college students who are here on a student visa because of political speech are being thrown into vans and having legal things be done? Sure, it's narrowly legal, but like, they're being sent home. She's being put in a prison and then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you think that's good for America? Like, this is okay. So,
stop talking. Let him answer that.
You think because of political speech are being thrown into vans and having legal things be done? Sure, it's narrowly legal, but like, they're being sent home. She's being put in a prison and then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you think that's good for America? Like, this is okay. So,
marginally,
you think what do you think is good, even marginally? Like, what's the minor small benefit to America?
Do not come to our country and rally against it and its interests.
Oh, damn. Tim is really stretching the fabric of what it means to be like a conservatarian, man. Like, I get it. And what's funny is we're aligning more than we should, I guess. Conservative liberalism says, I'd easily argue not challenging conventional wisdom with reference to military alliances is a greater threat to national security than just nodding along with whatever the current admin is doing. It's un-American too. Yeah. And so that's the thing. Like, when we think about what is America, what makes the United States of America good? Typically, it has something to do with our Constitution and our rights and our freedoms and all that kind of stuff. So it's freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. And so, he's saying that it's marginally bad for the United States of America to be, policing the thought crimes of its students. And the marginal good that he describes is funny. It's something that I would say, where he's like, yeah, like, don't come to the United States and, piss and moan about it. It's a privilege, not a right. That's fine. I agree with that. But I do think that you should have maximal free speech, right? So if you endorse criminal behavior and you're here as a guest, then yeah, like, you're endorsing criminal behavior. We don't want you here. However, if you're just saying, from a geopolitical analytical situation, the Israel-Palestine conflict is bad and the Palestinians are getting screwed over by Israel, I don't think that's a deportable offense. And I think that's crazy. So I kind of like meme in the authoritarian category. And I think that Tim is actually buying into it a little bit, which is crazy. This is the death of free speech. No, it's not. I could say whatever I want right now. You could say whatever you want right now. Bud123, say slurs in chat. I won't ban you. Not only will I not ban you, you can say slurs about the president of the United States and law enforcement isn't going to do anything about it. This is not the death of free speech. I am allowed to talk about whatever concept I want to. We could go back and have a destiny moment and talk about like crazy sex stuff. We can talk about politics. We can talk about geopolitics. We can talk about economics. We can talk about this. We can talk about that. This is not the death of free speech. This is an anti-American infringement on free speech that is hurting guests within our country. 86 Romaine, exactly. 8647. Dude, and they can be like, oh, you're threatening the president. It's like, no. When I was in the restaurant industry, that's probably what spawned that restaurant rant earlier, by the way. Calling 86 is when you're saying you're out of something. So, yeah. The wild part of me is that Rumesia expressed empathy for both sides in some of her articles. So the idea that she was a radical terrorist is wild to me. I think it's incorrect. I think it's fundamentally incorrect. She came at the conversation with a bias. We all have biases, but she showed sufficient nuance that her speech should be welcome in the United States of America. So the fact that they detained her and punished her, I do think is evil. It's evil. Tim is playing with fire, but he's burning down the house instead of building something to keep you warm.
I apply this too.
So what is the U.S. interest that her writing an op-ed?
The Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal?
Right. The United States, the reason why the U.S. is so, I love these Jews people that are like, Israel controls the foreign policy. Oh, shut up. The U.S. interest with Israel, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia has a lot to do with like the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. This is why Donald Trump is obsessed with Panama and Greenland. He wants to control the global trade routes. This is what America's largely done. That's why I say it's a gross mischaracterization to claim that an op-ed is a threat to national security, in that it is, in the smallest of senses. Students coming here and telling us to oppose our support with Israel puts us at risk in terms of the sentiment of a younger generation as to whether or not we'll fund Israel and control the Suez Canal.
But I asked you if you thought it was good to deport her.
I said marginally. Right,
because we have national interests in the Suez Canal, and she wrote an op-ed.
U.S.'s interest.
Okay, so why do you think it was good to deport her?
Asserting U.S. sovereignty. Do not come to our country and tell us what to do. You've got a condition of your visa. You're a guest in this country.
Okay,
adhere to the agreements we have.
So you think that America should be a country where, if you come here on
Tim the liberal is more of an authoritarian than me. Good God. That's funny. That's actually crazy pants.
A student visa, you're paying into our, university system. You're coming here for the reasons that, completely legally, we've invited you to come, right? Yes. This is why America is the country it is, partially because people like this have come for decades. If you express a political opinion that is like mildly at odds with a U.S. interest in another country of a canal, that you should be deported. You think America should be the kind of country where if somebody comes here, they write an op-ed that says, literally anything about U.S. foreign policy, they should be deported. So going forward, literally everyone in the world should know if you are on foot on U.S. soil, you should not say anything in public about U.S. national priorities of any kind, or else you could be deported. Do you think it's good to have a country where that's the understanding?
All right. So you're saying that
this is what I'm trying to drill down to.
The individuals who come to this country and apply for student visas.
I'm sorry. I'm playing like a little gamey game on my phone that's time sensitive, but Adam's conscience is so shocked by an illiberal perspective that he's having difficulty processing it. It's pretty funny. Yeah. I don't know if he's being edgy or what, or if he's just like sick of liberals and progressives, so he's just ready to go scorched earth. I have no idea where this is coming from for Tim. I do think it's a little funny. You guys are still talking about Second Amendment and proceduralism. Mr. Bombastic says, me visiting America, the U.S. is a great country, great foreign policy. God bless Donald Trump. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what he's saying is when you come here, you just kind of have to suck up to the United States. And then when you leave, you can talk shit. I think that's pretty funny, actually.
Visas have made that agreement already. So while I would argue the deportation of Romesa is the thinnest of hairs, Mahmoud Khalil makes more sense. I mean, he organized and helped lead protests that resulted in damage, occupations of buildings, several staff at the University of Columbia.
Let's stay on Romesa because then we don't have to split hairs.
Right. The issue is do not come to our country and tell us what to do. That's it. If you're here as a guest of this nation, you do not start rallying its people in opposition to the will of the voters and what the government is doing.
I mean, I really thought the point of America was, freedom of speech was like a main value here. That I think that's why people come here. It's why I like living here, because I always felt that, hey, I can express an opinion, especially about U.S. foreign policy, and not have anything happen to me. So that's a right that only citizens have. And you think America should be a country where if you are not literally an American citizen, if you express any opinion about U.S. foreign policy, I mean, and we both agree the opinion she expressed was pretty mild. It wasn't like a very inflammatory opinion, right? It was like, it's pretty mainstream political opinion to have. It conflicts with U.S. interests about the Suez Canal. I still don't really understand that point, but
yeah, and Adam is equally confused as compared to some people in chat as well. Conservative liberalism says, if the Suez is so important for NatSec, the solution isn't to deport people critical of Israel. Have a public conversation about the Suez Canal. For sure. And then Liz following up says, Egypt controls Suez. Yeah. So I mean, having our back door, it's geopolitics time, fellas and ladies. So having our back door in Israel is good because let's do this. If Israel is our ally, I showed you guys a map the other day of oil, and it's like a third of the world's proven oil reserves are right here. Israel is right here. Okay. They almost share a border. The only reason why they don't share a border is because of this little waterway and because of the country of Jordan. Otherwise, Saudi Arabia and Israel would share a border. So if Saudi Arabia ever tells us to pound sand, then we always have a backdoor through Israel. If Egypt ever tells us to pound sand, then we have a backdoor via Israel. Iran is hostile to us. They have another third of the world's proven oil reserves. And then looking in here, the Suez, I don't know if it's south of Port Said. I assume it has to be here. This looks like the Suez, right? So it's this beautiful, honestly, one of the most beautiful human constructions ever. But it's a canal that allows like 30% of world trade or 40% of world trade, especially Eurasian world trade, to travel through this strait. It's one of the most geopolitically important places on the planet. And Israel used to control the Sinai. Believe it or not, Egypt fought a war with Israel, and Israel controlled this entire military territory. They weren't able to defend it, so they gave it back. But I do think it's interesting that they are so close. So I think Tim is making a little bit of a geopolitical jump, saying that we're friends with Israel because we need to be close to the canal. We're also friends with Egypt. So, we have a motivation to be there. I agree with that. It probably factors into our calculation, but I don't think that's like the biggest thing. Israel, in my opinion, the reason why we're more friends with them is because there's like a historical narrative about the genocide of Jews during World War II that we probably feel a little bit guilty for because Europe did it and we ignored it. So we probably have some historical guilt associated with Israel. But then also they are Jews, God bless them, Israeli Jews, are very smart and also have some of the most advanced like semiconductor and chip manufacturing plants on the planet. Like IBM has a huge manufacturing center in Israel. So, you know, it's not just geography. Is freedom of speech in the US only for citizens or for all people? It's arguable. So if you look at the First Amendment, it does say all people, like Congress can pass no laws abridging the freedom of speech of people within the United States. And so in that regard, it applies to everyone within the United States. However, it's not a absolute right. So there are conditions on green cards and visas and being an alien where if you endorse terrorism, we can 100% kick you out. There's written law that if you support or endorse terrorism, you can get kicked out of the country. So, yeah. All right. Anyways, sorry. Just wanted to do some geopoll. You guys know me. I love geopoll.
Let's just say that it does.
It does.
That should be grounds for being forcibly removed from the country. And like whether or not it's legally the case that we
He's
could
asked the
do
same
that,
question like 4
do you
times.
think
He's
it's
just in
good-
shock about it.
You think it's
I said
good to
yes.
have a country where things like that happen? You think
Yes.
a thriving country
Uh-huh.
is one where people come into the country, they write an op-ed for the paper of the organization of which they're a member. She's paying tuition to go to this school, and she's working for the student newspaper or whatever. She's writing an op-ed. She's probably not employed there, but she's writing for the student newspaper, and that is grounds to be deported. And
Always was. I mean, so my
do you
attitude
think that's the kind of country America is?
always has been. That's why
I guess that's where
we.
that's where we fundamentally disagree.
But hold on. The Immigration and Naturalization Act has multiple provisions that outright say this is the case. And so that's why I say it's marginally good, because
think
the
for
issue
most
is
people-
the U.S. asserting its sovereignty and saying, as a guest in this nation, we ask you not do certain things.
We ask
then
you
they say-
don't write we ask you don't write mildly worded op-eds about U.S. foreign policy vis-a-vis a different country's
Let's
war.
not load it. Let's say, do not speak out against our foreign policy.
So okay, great. So America is a country where, if you, in your view,
Mhm.
if you are a foreign national, you are here on a student visa, you've been invited to the
You've asked me
country,
this like 4
you
times. I said
should
the same
not.
thing every time.
Okay.
Tim pointed out correctly that he's asked this 4 times. I think he's just in shock because he's outside of a liberal bubble. Like I'm actually not trying to. I'm more with Adam than I am with Tim in this. I think Tim's being an authoritarian jerk. You know, I have authoritarian instincts as well sometimes, but I think he's being an a-hole. But it is funny that Adam is so in shock at an illiberal opinion that he is incapable of processing it mentally. I think that's actually funny. K Sogo says, I doubt any Supreme Court is rolling back 100 years of gun regulation because of states' rights to regulate them as well. Interesting. Liz following up says they are useful for listening posts to broad regions. True. I'm sure our security apparatus probably does have a large wing in Israel. That's probably an excellent point. We became a world power because we told Britain and France to F off with the Suez Canal in 57. We were little bro before then. True. Except more than 80% of the Republican Party agrees with Tim. Yeah, I don't know about percentages. The one that I saw was 55% of the Republican Party, Trump is their first choice. So I agree with you that there's a MAGA component, and not just that, but I agree to a certain extent. I don't think that you should be here to talk smack about us if you're here for a limited thing. Like, so for instance, let's say I'm interested in going to Egypt. I want to be an archaeologist, right? And so I'm going to Egypt in order to study Egyptology. I'm actually, dusting off the pyramids and exploring the caverns and all that kind of stuff. And then, I don't know, something happens bad with Israel. And then I write that the Egyptian government is doing bad things in reference to Israel. I fully expect and think it's reasonable for Egypt to tell me to pound sand. Now, America is the heart of freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to keep and bear arms, limited government, et cetera, et cetera. So we should hold ourselves to a higher standard than Egypt. However, I don't think that that's one of the strengths of our country, but it's not like a required strength. It's not something that's central to our character. It's definitely a part of our character, but I don't think that makes us like Nazi Germany. It's like maybe a limited amount of hypocrisy. I mean, if a state wanted to be gun ownership to militia service, could they? Reading the text, it speaks only to militias. No, it doesn't. Lol. Death Lily 76 says the ultimate counter argument is to ask him about what if he feels the same thing about birthright citizenship if that didn't exist. Yeah, and then you get into the actual slippery slope of a liberal bullshit. So hold on, I'm going to show you this real quick, K-Soko. I know that I have been frustrating you today, but I am going to continue to do so because it's funny. So my apologies. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of, does it say the militia? It doesn't. It says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The clause is not referencing the militia. And then also militia is defined in federal code as the irregular militia, which is, I think it's like men 18 to 45 and women in the National Guard. That's the men, the men between 18 and 45. Yeah, that's the irregular militia. And then the states have like formal militias, which are the National Guard, right? So that's where it's not the militia that is being granted the right to keep and bear arms. It is the people. And if you look at historical texts that are contemporaneous with when this was written, they argue that people should have an independent ability to get weapons separate from the government. So, does Colombia versus Heller bind other dates, or did that just tell DC it had to modify its restrictions? No idea. Is Kanye West a Nazi with his HH song? Probably not. He's probably a schizophrenic. Anyways. Chase says, I honestly think Tim Pool is cool with us looking like Nazi Germany as long as he is on the right team. I'm wondering how much of this is grifting to like Sargon of Akkad and Richard Spencer and the Groypers and all that kind of stuff, where he says like occasionally like freaky authoritarian things just so he can be cool with the young kids who don't like liberalism. I actually wonder how much of that it is.
It's fair. To me, Tim, it's a very baffling position.
Listen, you're arguing that I should call for illegal activities.
Let
me phrase it this way.
Sure.
My attitude is Congress has passed a law. It was passed in the House and the Senate, signed by the president and upheld by the courts. This law states it is the purview of the Secretary of State to make the decisions as to whether or not these visas can stand for a variety of reasons. I say it is marginally good. Her opinion was mild, and I don't think it. I think it's silly to claim that she's adhering to Hamas.
I see militia there. K-Soko, don't one guy me. Don't one guy me. You see militia there. You know how you studied English, right? You studied English with clauses and verbs and adverbs. People compose a militia. Yeah. I don't know if you're arguing with me or against me. I really don't. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of who? The people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This is the operative clause is people. This is the subject. These are the verbs, adverbs, and all that kind of stuff that are operating with the subject. Whereas this first clause, all of the adverbs are relating to this subject, the well-regulated militia. Yeah, bro. So I don't know what else you're saying, but it's pretty clear that if you understand sentence structure, this is the subject. These are the verbs and adverbs and adjectives. And then this is the subject. And then these are the verbs, adverbs, and whatever other parts of speech. So, yeah. A free state cannot exist by definition if the state is the only one who can hand out guns. Yeah, exactly. Kay says Kanye is about to be 48. This looks like the last gaps of relevance to me. It could be. Although I do think he's legitimately schizophrenic sometimes based off of his social media posts. All right. Anyways, you guys are arguing about gun rights. I'm paying attention to deportations. Have fun arguing about gun rights. I'm going to continue to listen to Tim and Adam Crossover fight about this.
Because an anti-Israel position. My point is, for the government to assert its authority under the law as codified by Congress, the president, and the courts is marginally good. Marginally is, I said 60% maybe. If I was president, I wouldn't do it. But the idea that our country asserts its authority to say, you are guests in this country and we will make the determination whether you can stay or not is a normal process. And to argue that the government should not assert its authority when it feels it should, I think is silly.
I'm still looking.
There's a world we want to live in. And then I'll put it this way. I think people have a right to keep and bear nuclear weapons. The founding fathers were clear in their intent on the right to bear arms, which included privateers.
I'm still looking.
There's a world we want to live in, and then I'll put it this way. I think people have a right to keep and bear nuclear weapons. The founding fathers were clear in their intent on the right to bear arms, which included privateers with grape shot. Now we've changed that and said only large corporations that the government approves of can have nuclear weapons. Agreed. Nobody should have nuclear weapons. My point is that if you want to change the law, you have to do it through the constitutional process, and that adhering to that is typically a good thing.
Okay. So I think he said, because he said something very dumb, and then he said something that's a little different, is he said, I think that people should be able to keep nuclear weapons. Now, that sounds like a moral evaluation, but I think he's making a legalistic evaluation that based off of the Constitution as written and intended by the founding fathers, private persons could keep military weapons, and nuclear weapons are the ultimate extension of that. And he says that if you want to change that conceptually within the country, you should amend the Constitution of the United States rather than just inferring a bunch of like reasonable limits to the law based off of your like subjective analysis, right? I understand that as a steel man of his position. However, I also would be prepared, because it seems like Tim is just saying crazy stuff to piss off Adam Conover. I would also be prepared for him to be like, no, I actually think it would be a good thing, you know? Oh, yeah. Very silly. Very silly. How are you missing that? We can regulate the militia. Regulated. How are you missing that? I hate this case, Oko. It's okay. We'll do it. Gun site well regulated. Google. You're not gonna like what I say, Kesoko. You're not gonna like. You're not gonna like it. What's up? Really? Who? Henry? Oh, that sucks. So actually, I'm actually not gonna read this all to you. I'm gonna give it to you. Here we go. Find the well-regulated component. Well-regulated does not mean you're not right. You're incorrect. Here's a website. It goes through half a dozen to a dozen examples right here that the well-regulated component has a bunch of historical examples. That does not mean legalism. It means like well-trained, operating like a clock. That's what it means. So I've already read this thing a few times. Gun site, well-regulated meaning. That website has a subcomponent that talks exclusively about a well-regulated militia. And it means like discipline. It means organization. So no, it does not mean well-regulated. They use it excuse me, they use it in the context of Native Americans that they're fighting. They're saying, we're going up against these Native Americans and they're well regulated. They obviously do not mean that the Native Americans are under the jurisdiction of the United States and they're being well regulated by the federal government. They means that they're well organized and they're good at what they do. Okay. So it was from gunsight.com. I don't know if they keep it judicial interpretation, the right to self-defense, antebellum state cases, slavery and Dred and Scott Acts, firearms and abolition, the 14th Amendment, anti-KKK, civil rights. So I'll see if I can find Indian and see if I can pop it up. But on this website, they used to have like half a dozen examples of the term well-regulated, and it was related to being well-trained. Anyways, I'm just going to move on.
I don't know how we got on nuclear weapons.
It's a point about process of law.
Yeah,
and saying the government has a right to do something. So if they choose to do it, okay. If you have a problem with it, then Congress should repeal those, specifically amend the INA to remove those provisions. It is completely legal under the United States at the will of the American people that this happen. You don't like that it's happening now, but this was the will of the voters and Congress, and it's been law for like 50 years.
Dude, just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right.
Correct. We should change it then. So my point is upholding the law is marginally good. Sometimes the law is bad, and that's why it's not always good. In this regard.
So wait, you're saying simply the fact that Marco Rubio exercised his legal authority to do something was good. It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it on anybody. He could have enforced it on a comedian, right? Who's in town and goes on stage and says,
all right, you guys keep talking about guns, so I'm going to talk about guns too, okay? We're going to read Federalist 29 together. The power of regulating the militia and of commanding in services in time of insurrection and invasion are natural incidents to the duties of superintending the common defense and of watching over the internal peace of the Confederacy. It requires no skill in the science of war to discern that uniformity in the organization and discipline of the militia would be attended with the most beneficial effects whenever they were called into service for the public defense. It would enable them to discharge the duties of the camp and of the field with mutual intelligence and concert and advantage of peculiar moment in the operations of an army, and it would fit them much more sooner to acquire the degree of proficiency in military functions which would be essential in their usefulness. This desirable uniformity can only be accomplished by confiding the regulation of the militia to the direction of the national authority. It is therefore with the most evident property that the plan of the convention proposes to empower the Union to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and authority of the training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that this leans more towards K-SOCO, where these opening paragraphs are talking about the federal government organizing the militia. So let's see if it says anything else. Of the different grounds which have been taken in opposition to the plan of the convention, there is none that was so little to have been expected or so untenable in it itself as the one from which the particular provision has been attacked. If a well-regulated militia, being the most natural defense of a free country, it ought certainly be under the regulation and at the disposal of that body which is constituted the guardian of the national security. If standing armies are dangerous to liberty, an efficacious power over the militia in the body to whose care the protection of the state is committed ought as far as possible to take away the inducement of the pretext to such unfriendly institutions. So they're arguing that a standing army, which we've had for a long time, is a threat to freedom. If the federal government can command the aid of the militia in those emergencies which call for the military arm in support of the civil magistrate, it can be better dispensable with the employment of a different kind of force. If it cannot avail itself of the former, it will be obliged to recur to the latter. To render an army unnecessary will be a more certain method of preventing its existence than 1,000 prohibitions upon paper. Okay, so effectively what they're saying is the militia should fall under the command of Congress because it's a necessary prerequisite in order to avoid a standing army. Now, that being said, I think that's a 200-year-old argument, so let's see how it plays out. In order to cast an odium upon the power of calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, it has been remarked that there is nowhere any provision in the proposed Constitution for calling out the posse comitatus to assist the magistrate in the execution of duty, whether it has been inferred that military force was intended to be only auxiliary. There's a striking coherence in the objections which have appeared, and sometimes even from the same quarter, not much calculated to inspire a very favorable opinion of the sincerity or fair dealing of the authors. The same persons who tell us in one breath that the powers of the federal government will be despotic and unlimited inform us in the next that it is not the authority sufficient even to call out the posse comitatus. The latter, fortunately, is as much of the truth as the former exceeds it. Dude, they are so wordy. These guys are a bunch of nerds. I'm a nerd, and this is very nerdy. It would be as absurd to doubt that a right to pass all laws necessary and proper to... Oh my God, dude, get to well-regulated. Ugh, sorry. Whoever wrote this is frustrating me. The project of disciplining all the militia of the United States is as futile as it would be injurious. If it were capable of being carried into execution, a tolerable expertness in military movements is a business that requires time and practice. It is not a day or even a week that will suffice for the attainment of it. To oblige the great body of the yeomanry and of the classes of citizens to be under arms for the purpose of going through military exercises and evolutions as often might be necessary to acquire the degree of perfection which would entitle them to the character of a well-regulated militia would be a real grievance to the people and a serious public inconvenience and loss. It would form an annual deduction from the productive labor. Dude, right here. They're arguing that they should not force it to be like federally compelled because it would distract the yeomanry, the average citizens, from their normal duties, like working. Would not fall short of the whole expense of the civil establishments of all the United States. It'll also cost a shitload of money. To attempt a thing that would abridge the massive labor and industry to so considerable an extent would be unwise, and the experiment, if made, would not succeed because it would not be long endured. Little more can reasonably be aimed at with the respect of the people at large than to have them properly armed and equipped. Ooh, right here. Little more can be reasonably aimed at with respect to the people at large than to have them properly armed and equipped, and in order to see that it is not to be neglected, it will be necessary to assemble them once or twice in the course of a year. Okay, let's read this. There is something so far-fetched and so extravagant in the idea of danger to liberty from the militia that one is at a loss whether to treat it with gravity or with raillery, whether to consider it as a mere trial of skill, like the paradoxes of rhetoricians, blah, 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 blah. All right. What reasonable cause of apprehension can be inferred from a power in the Union to prescribe regulations from the militia and to command its services when necessary, while the particular states are to have the... Yeah, regulations is actually being used as training right here. I don't even think this is being used in the context of laws. I think this is being used in the context of training. What reasonable cause of apprehension can be inferred from a power in the Union to prescribe regulations for the militia and to command its services when necessary, while the particular states are to have the sole and exclusive appointment of the officers? If it were possible, serious indulge a jealousy of the militia upon any conceivable. So anyways, I think that this is a, interestingly enough, I think that Keisoko has a stronger argument where they are effectively trying to hybridize the military establishment. They're saying that they don't want a standing army at all. And so they want private people to be the militia and to keep the weapons and arms. But what they say is that the officers of the formal militia will be responsible to this, or will be appointed by the states. And so I almost feel like in our modern context, the formal militia would, of course, be the National Guard, and the informal militia would be the just the citizenry, the yeomanry. Now, that being said, I think that you can regulate in the modern context. You can make laws regarding the limits of the, what would you call it? The unorganized militia, the lay militia. However, I do think that there's an interesting argument here that they're effectively saying, like, they don't see a difference between state appointed officers of the militia versus the body politic, which I think is something from historical context. So Congress has regulation of the militias. Well, I think in that context, it was used for training. But I do actually, Kesoko. So I'm going to try to extend you an olive branch while we're discussing this. So I think in the context, if you look at the way the sentence is structured, they're talking about how Congress should not prescribe the training regimen of the militia, and that should fall to individuals. But I do think that they say the appointment of officers of the militia is going to fall to the states. And so they're kind of deferring judgment to the states to regulate who does what in the militia. It's very interesting. Kesoko says, but to be clear, they are saying Congress retains the right to regulate militias properly armed, meaning, no, they're actually saying the opposite, unfortunately, trying to say. But to be clear, they are saying Congress retains the right to regulate militias properly armed, meaning no, you're still using it in the context of passing laws. That's not how they're using it. They're using it in the context of training. Not that I don't enjoy a good 2A discussion, but we need to get back to the content. Okay, fair enough. But are you seriously trying to say the government can't regulate militias? Yes, and they want to regulate that. Dude, we're using a term and we're using them interchangeably in two different things. Okay, I'm going to make this point and then I'm going to move on. Federalist 29, in my cursory interpretation, is saying that the founding fathers did not believe that it was reasonable to compel the vast civilian population to participate in what is effectively modern National Guard service. They don't think that's possible, but they still think that it's necessary for the unregulated militia to have that level of proficiency. And so there was a paragraph there where they said people should effectively have the rights to their own weapons and training and all that kind of stuff. But to your point, they are saying that officers should be appointed by the states. And to me, that seems like it opens up the door where the states are able to discern how the private citizenry is capable of getting trained in and structured in the training of maintaining a militia. Now, that being said, going back to the text of the Second Amendment, I'm still going to insist that a well-regulated militia means a body of well-trained people. Okay? Right to regulate the militia just means National Guards? No, it doesn't. I'm being unclear, and that's my fault. So you can regulate guns to any potential military member? No, that's not what I'm saying. Anyways, let's Christian Vlaris is right. I love the Second Amendment. I love guns, but I am letting Adam Conover get away from me because he has pretended to be shocked by Tim Pool for the past 20 minutes and actually hasn't made points. He's just asked repeatedly, Tim Pool, you believe in illiberal things? And Tim Pool's like, yeah. And?
Hey, you know what? I disagree with this or that. Or hey, I just did shows in
Canada.
I just did what?
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics, made fun of American politics.
You wouldn't dare make fun of Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't have any jokes about Islam.
They clipped this in order to make it look like they were having a contextual conversation about comedy, and this did come out of nowhere. He was just talking about, look how smug he is. Look how smug and happy Tim is. This is the other sleep paralysis demon. So earlier, we were watching Ezra Klein, and this was the first sleep paralysis demon where if you criticize, what is it? If you criticize, God, what's the word? Abundance liberalism, then that sleep demon shows up. And then here's the other sleep demon. If you criticize Trump, then this is the other sleep demon that shows up. All right, sorry.
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics.
Yeah, Christian Valera says, you should talk to either Destiny or Pisco about where power comes from, state versus citizen gun ownership. Well, I mean, to be honest, I think the past 6 months have probably illustrated my point that the Constitution is ultimately a piece of paper and a social construct that we all agreed to. And if large segments of the population don't agree to it, then it doesn't have the force to which we assign it. And so ultimately, it could come down to an armed struggle. Well, I think it's kind of different since Islam would be a religion. Yeah, I know. He's talking about criticizing the government. Pisco still thinks you're a fascist for more pro-gun than pro-democracy. I don't care. How's the stream, man? Says John. You know what? I think it's Friday, so I'm kind of phoning it in a little bit. My apologies to chat, but realistically, we've been talking about the Second Amendment. We've been talking about guns. We've been talking about power. We've been talking about Ezra Klein and abundance liberalism. We've been talking about Tim Pool and Adam Conover, talking about liberalism versus illiberalism. So overall, it's still a pretty fun day. For donations, I got a couple of PayPal payments, which was very nice. But I will also just shill right now. Like the stream, subscribe if you're not subscribed, follow if you're not following. Super chats are always appreciated, never required. And who regulates the standard militia? Mostly the 2A. I don't know. The states do. The standard militia, in my opinion, the standard militia would be the National Guard. So if you're talking about the standing militia, that's National Guard, and that's regulated by the states. K. Soko says the Bill of Rights is about the right of the government can't infringe upon. Let me guess, Grassroots gave hundreds of dollars today. Unfortunately not. I think he was busy. K. Soko, the Bill of Rights is about the rights of the government can't infringe upon. Yes, it's about liberty. Liberty is the limits of the government to infringe on your freedoms. Kingslayer says, also sorry, Valor Media Network, for causing the derailment into the 2A. No, it's okay. It's fine. Let's get back to Adam Conover, though. I've been distracted enough.
It's made fun of American politics.
You wouldn't dare make fun of Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't have any jokes about Islam.
Why not? They got Pakistani grooming games for raping little girls. Why won't you go to the UK?
What?
Why won't you go to the UK and make jokes about Islam?
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused. Dude.
And the reason why he's confused is because this came out of nowhere. I thought this was in the context that Adam Conover had some like anti-Christian jokes. That's what I thought that was. But this is actually just a random moment.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you. Are there jokes that can be made about Islam? Yes or no?
Wait, I don't want to. I don't want to go to this particular rabbit hole.
Oh no! You're terrified. You're a hypocrite.
What?
Are there jokes you can make about Islam? Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
Come on. I'm terrified of this subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs. There are people who go online and pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000.
Hold on. If I'm trying to Tim pulled a Connor, okay? Tim pulled a Connor right here. So sometimes what'll happen in the middle of the conversation, I'll have like a neuron go off, and it'll be like non sequitur, let's go, and then I'll go. If I was to try to bridge and steel man what Tim's doing right now, he's saying that we have pretty good freedom of speech for our citizens in the United States, and we have okay freedom of speech for non-citizens. However, if you criticize the U.S. government and you talk about the United States in a way that's contrary to our interests, then we can deport you. However, you have very little to say about the European Commonwealth, where if you do anything, even remotely offensive to protected groups, then you can be jailed. So I think that you have to establish that Adam thinks that the freedom of speech associated in Europe is like good first. As a matter of fact, I'm going to rewind and take a look at it, but I don't think that you've established that fact. So you're kind of like going for a gotcha where you haven't established what the opponent believes yet. And because I'm lazy, I'm just going to let the content flow instead of reversing it, because I don't think Tim Pool has done a good job establishing that Adam Conover prefers speech laws in the Commonwealth. I don't think that's been established.
You will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff, because you will not go to a foreign country and, in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000 cash in your pocket if you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
Tim's being like weirdly and unnecessarily hostile, and I'm happy that Adam is kind of taking it in good cheer. I think Tim is actually being hostile, which is odd. It's very mercurial. It's very strange.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand. I don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon me.
Do you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam specifically. I'd like to return to a
Okay,
point I
it's
was trying to
because
make.
you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak
Yeah.
out against it. And you said
I
you're a
think-
comedian and you're a
I
comedian and you
think
go to
that-
other countries, right? And you said you
Mhm.
go to the UK. And I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out in violation of their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused. I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey? Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
I mean, if I have a joke to make, sure. I don't have a joke about those particular
will.
topics.
You would.
I would.
You're saying if you had a joke about.
Oh
Islam.
yeah. Sure. I would try to do the best I can. I always try to poke the bear as much as I can. It's part of the job of a
There's
comedian.
nothing to poke the bear
because
about as it pertains to one of the world's largest religions. I mean, come on.
I mean, I haven't written a joke about that recently.
All right. Then I
So
look
look,
forward to going to the UK.
hey man, I'm a free speech guy, right? I think that something that's nice about America is that we're a country that has that value, and that we don't generally think that you should be tossed into a van and kicked out of the country for expressing an opinion. I think that it is a change.
No right to
I
be
think it's a change in America to most people around the world to feel that, oh, wait, if I go to America and I express a mild opinion about their foreign policy in my own student paper, or maybe on a stage or maybe somewhere else, I could be, without any warning to me, accosted by 6 people on the street, thrown into a van, and taken out of the country.
Oh, come on,
right?
accosted.
Oh, let me finish.
Don't load the
I think that's a strain. I think that's a new idea for a lot of people, that America is that type of country. I think that Donald Trump's purpose is to turn America into that type of country. I think that.
So Adam Conover has an episode called Elon Musk killed free speech. So
Elon Musk has been having a bad.
I'm not going to watch it right now. This was 6 months ago, and I'm not going to watch it for the opinion. I'm just going to kind of hope that he articulates it. But the chapters, we got Trump rally, free speech, what Elon did, the real reason. So maybe he has a pro-European stance here. But I wish Tim had established that before jumping down his throat.
That's bad. I think it makes the country smaller. I think it makes the country worse. I think it's a violation of most of the values that I grew up with as an American. And that's my view of what's happening in the country. Now, if you want to say, hey, I don't like free speech for foreign nationals who are in the country who express mild opinions about other countries' foreign wars, then that's your prerogative. It's a big difference between us that you don't like free speech in that way.
I mean, that's loaded language, right?
Yeah, all the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you keep using adjectives.
Hold up. Why is Adam doing so good now? Listen, I'm sorry if my appreciation of Adam is coming out, because I do think this is one of the most annoying guys on the internet, primarily through his show. However, that's pretty funny that, like, he's like, oh, well, you're using loaded language, and Adam's like, yeah, I mean, like, all this language is pretty politically and socially loaded. Yeah, I agree. He just kind of like stoner giga chatted it. That's kind of dope.
To describe things, to diminish one thing while exacerbate or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English language to express my thoughts and opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's straw manning. It's not a legitimate attack of the ideas, right? So accosted on the street. Come on. She was arrested. Okay. She was arrested by a relatively large group of men compared to what a normal arrest would require, which I think they didn't need to do and was silly. So we can say she was arrested by several men, unmarked or plain clothes, which didn't need to happen. But I don't need to say, like, she was accosted by men on the street. And
that seems like a silly objection.
Opinion. It's like, okay, listen, the facts of the case. Like I said, I don't like the idea that people come to this country and then try and tell us how to do, how to live our lives.
You're not for free speech. I understand.
I think American citizens have self-determination and sovereignty. And I will say this even of the Canadians who keep coming here and they keep getting involved in our politics. I'm friends with some of them, but I think it's fair to say that there is an issue with Canadians, largely conservatives, who come to this country and then start advocating for conservative values in a country they're not from.
So
To be fair, there are liberals Canadians who do it too. I find it to be silly. That being said, Canada as a bordering nation with a largely overlapping culture is a morally different question, but still applies in much the same way principally. So I do take issue with foreigners coming to my country.
it's a nice white country, so we like it.
Canada's they call it what, the most multicultural country in the world, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They big on immigration. I think Toronto is considered to be the most multicultural city in the world.
Sacred Snow called this out better than I did. You're a hypocrite because you won't do racist jokes. Also, you're using loaded language. Now, Islam, I'll point out, it wouldn't be racism. It would be ethno-religious bigotry. But that doesn't roll off the tongue like racism, right? So, yeah, I think that him having like a chill reaction to that was probably the best way for him to go. That was pretty funny. Death Lily says, grabbing a woman in mass without badges is oopsie doopsie. Whoops. Yeah, they did have badges. Can we abolish the word straw manning? Yeah, anybody who actually doesn't understand logical fallacies and argumentation needs to stop using them. And then people who do understand them properly should use them very sparingly. One of the most insufferable parts about the not so erudite versus Jay Dyer conversation was they kept talking about logical fallacies instead of talking about the topic. Very annoying.
Yeah.
So Canada actually is, you can call it a nice white country. That's technically the truth, but it also is very, very much in favor of immigration and diversity and all these things, largely what many of the conservatives who come here speaking out against. But without, you know,
So
I
this is a country where if you're from another country and you're in America, don't say anything about our politics, or you could be forcibly removed from the country. You're comfortable with America being that kind of country. That's something that's like that's a value of yours. Those are your values.
See, you're doing it again.
No, I'm trying to understand what you actually believe.
Yeah, I'd say marginally, it's a good,
because I think that's a point of distinction.
That's
like
it's
useful in a conversation like this to be like, okay, I have my value, you have your value, and my value is like, I really like it when people say what the fuck they think about any country's politics.
We can simplify it.
Why, dude? Why am I starting to respect the annoying soy you're wrong about stuff guy? Adam ruins everything. Dude, I hate this guy. Like his show is so smug and so incorrect, and yet he's just nailing this where he's just like, hey bro, I love freedom. I love freedom of speech. I love freedom of conscience. I don't like it that we're black bagging non-citizens on the side of the road in order to deport them from our country for reasons that seem silly. I actually don't like it when other countries do that. And then Tim's like, yeah, well, it's based though. It's like, what? Why? Why is it based, bro? What are we talking about here? I have no problem with how Adam characterized detainment, but then again, I call arrest governments authorized kidnapping. Ugh, you are a libertarian, aren't you, Kingslayer? Parasocial love to you, but that sounds like based off of the guns conversation, based off of that statement, I'm presuming that you kind of identify or formally identified with libertarianism. Death Lily 76, which by the way, like it's not like a dirty word around here. The only reason why it's dirty is because so many people are anarcho-capitalists, and I find anarcho-capitalists very difficult to talk to. Death Lily 76 is technically, according to Tim, his Korean grandma should have been deported. Yeah, probably. I guarantee you she probably had all sorts of things to say about American forward involvement.
My value would just be, to whatever mathematical degree, American sovereignty supersedes the right of foreigners to speak about our policies.
But in this case,
that's just my value.
So you think that literally any time America is exercising its sovereignty, that's like a good thing in that particular case? Like, because
what does that mean?
Like,
you're a guest in our with all due respect, I think I said it like 6-7 times. You're a guest in our country. Adhere to the rules. That's it. That includes conservative Canadians, conservative Brits. That's Carl Benjamin. That's Paul Joseph Watson. That's Viva Fry. That's Seth Rogen. And it's also
so all those people
If they got deported, I'd say, okay.
should not speak about American national interests.
They can, but they might get deported. You know, they're free to say it. They just might suffer a legal consequence. And by the way, I don't know how much I buy this concept that if Sargon of Akkad says some like wild shit on his podcast, that he's going to be like, yeah, deport him. But maybe there's enough resentment there of foreigners sharing their opinions of American politics that Tim's trying to like stake out some ground where he's like, I don't care what you say because you're not American. He does this like weird isolationist thing. He did it in our debate, and he also does it randomly, where I think that as soon as you leave the borders of the United States, I think this guy, he no longer thinks of you as actually existing. Like once you leave the borders of the United States, if you're not a US citizen, you no longer exist, and he no longer cares about your existence, which is crazy. Like I love the concept of nationalism, like building a country around shared values, maybe a shared language, and then like kind of perpetuating like a social construct forward through history that you can take pride in. I like that kind of nationalism, but I don't like whatever the hell Tim's talking about, where he's like, well, if you're from a different nation state, I don't care about your well-being. It's like, why? We're all human. We're all a part of the human species. Why do we stop caring about people as soon as they're no longer a part of our nation? It's like a very weird, in my opinion, way to conceptualize humanity. Conservative liberalism says, but what if the quote unquote rules fly in the face of what our founders recognize as natural and inalienable rights? I mean, yeah, for sure. I told you about a week ago, I'm a former libertarian who is now basically a libertarian leaning conservatarian. Okay, cool. Sorry if I forgot your specific political lore, but you know, bear in mind, there are a few dozen of you guys. So, and I love you parasocially because you probably love guns and love freedom. So that already right there is like top of the list, even when we disagree. There's 50 farmers in South Africa that have more global impact than Tim Pool. Maybe. That's so dumb. My best friends live overseas. Right. It's kind of silly. So to get Tim Pool to care, the U.S. has to establish a one world government. I guess the United States needs to conquer the whole world in order for Tim Pool to care. Somehow I accept these terms.
Like the Suez Canal, we shouldn't say
the
Panama Canal, or like Puerto Rico a state or not.
Visa.
They should not speak about American politics.
You can speak about what you want, but speech has consequences.
Ooh.
I mean,
doesn't it?
Okay, so we can move on. I'll say, to me, that's a radically different America than I thought I grew up in. And I think it's fucked up that we're becoming that kind of country. I think it's really bad.
That's true.
Yeah, you don't believe I think that's true?
Well, I mean, I suppose I
like what I just said. I believe you're like, you don't believe that.
Well, because we if we go back several administrations, that's not been the case ever. I mean, look at New York in the 2000s when the Bush administration rounded people up, and well, I'm sorry, it wasn't Bush, during the Bush years, and they put 200 people in like a bus. They locked them in a bus cage.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's the country you grew up in. The idea that these things haven't been happening. George Carlin got arrested for swearing. We had blasphemy laws on the book.
Yeah, and it was bad. And then we said, we shouldn't do that anymore.
And it never changed. The idea that you think you grew up in a nation where you could say whatever you wanted is an absurdity. George Carlin went to jail for swearing.
And that was good, you think?
No,
because
it wasn't.
you think it's good that Rumeysa Öztürk is being forced to leave the country.
Citizen.
So
she's on a conditional visa as conditioned by the INA and the existing administration and the will of the voters.
Okay, but you're arguing.
No. My argument is
you're arguing that Öztürk's deportation makes sense because George Carlin was arrested for swearing.
No, you said I grew up in a country with free speech, and I said no, you did not.
And
it's never been true.
And you're like, okay, you're right. So under your view, America is a country that doesn't have free speech, never had free speech.
Yes,
and that's a good thing.
No,
because we're exercising our sovereignty.
No.
Okay, but you think it's a good thing that Rumeysa Öztürk doesn't have free speech?
You understand the distinction between a non-citizen here on a conditional visa and an American citizen being arrested for swearing?
I understand that there's a distinction. I don't think that either of those people should be treated differently in that case.
Let me say this.
I don't agree with you, man.
This country has never had free speech.
Okay, I think
it's a fact. When the founding fathers finalized the Constitution,
do you think we should have free speech?
Yes, but there are limits on what free speech is.
Okay, he might get to it as a steel man, all right? And this is actually my frustration with Pisco and with other liberals, by the way, is that with the Second Amendment, we, especially from like a liberal perspective, we've accepted that there are reasonable limits. So when we talk about like nuclear weapons, most people who are reasonable accept the fact that we don't want Jethro over in Christmas, Florida, with a population of 1,500 people to have access to a nuclear weapon, because he might get suicidal one day. He might get, drunk and, just decide that he wants to end it all. And it might be fun for him to end it all by detonating a nuclear device on the east side of Orlando, killing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. So the reason why we don't give nukes to citizens is because that's a reasonable limit on the right of the people to keep and bear arms. I could articulate other ones, but I don't. I just want you to grant that we put a reasonable limit on the Second Amendment because we think that there could be disastrous consequences if we don't put that limit. Okay. So the same way that I argue, because I think Pisco has effectively argued free speech absolutism for every single person inside the United States of America, and that every single person, including aliens, should be able to advocate for terrorist organizations within the borders of the United States. My argument is the same way that there's reasonable limits to firearms, there's reasonable limits to speech. I cannot commit the crime of assault where I insult you and say that I'm going to hurt you, right? That's a crime. And so as a result, if I say, if I'm in the presence of Tim Pool and I say, hey, Tim, in 30 seconds, I'm coming across this table and I'm going to beat you to death, then a cop can show up and arrest me, right? Now, when it comes to speech, I think a foreign national, the same way that a nuke might be unreasonable. You guys are not seeing it. Because you were raised with like a liberal perspective on speech, by the way, so was I. You think that like words are just wind, and words aren't wind. Okay. We've seen how much words change the fates of nations within the past decade. So when it comes to Trump, this dude has lied and proselytized and used every psychological manipulative tactic in the book in order to build a cult of personality around himself, with which he has extremely damaged the fabric of our republic. So words are not wind. And so having foreign nationals come to our country and say, actually, it's cool to commit murder, that is 100% against my values, and you can get the fuck away from me. Conservative liberalism disagrees, which is going to be interesting. Nope, it's because nukes aren't bearable arms. Not with that attitude. I'm gonna show you. You're wrong. What is it? Number one, Google suitcase nuke. Suitcase nuclear device is a tactical nuclear weapon that is portable enough that it can be used in a suitcase as a delivery method. So that's number one. Suitcase nuke. Number two, hell bomb. You're wrong. Oh man, good times. Then, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will get your ass deported because they hurt my feelings. No, because you're advocating for jihadist terrorism and you can fuck off from my country. Excuse me. Sorry for using the profanity, but that's how I feel. Gen X says, I missed the last hour of Tim's analysis. Anything major I should rewind for it? No. He's just, he's doing apologia. In the beginning, I forget what he was arguing about, but it was something relatively nonsensical. Where they landed was whether or not, they were talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia and whether or not he should have been deported. He basically said that it's a paperwork issue. It's not a big deal. They could resolve it with a Zoom call. And then Adam Conover said, actually, it's kind of a big deal. And I don't like that our government is playing with fire in this regard. That kind of mirrors on to the next topic, in which they're talking about freedom of speech for immigrants like Ozturk, who wrote that op-ed. And so as a result, Adam is of the opinion that if you do mild criticism of the United States, you should not be deported. I actually agree with Adam Conover there. But then Tim says, well, you're here at our whim, and that's been enshrined law for decades. So I don't think that it's somehow like an alarmist position to deport people for their political opinions, because realistically, we've been doing this forever. That's his thing. And I can't tell with Tim what's like an earnestly deep-held belief, what's contrarianism, what's him appealing to his right-wing, base, and what's him being like edgy for the sake of conversation. I can't tell anymore. The MAGAs are losing their minds over 8647. Yeah. No, it's 100% free speech. I'm gonna stand on business with 8647. 86 in a restaurant context is you ran out of something. So 86, when I say 86 romaine lettuce, this was my example on Twitter. 86 romaine lettuce does not mean that I want to murder romaine lettuce. It means we're out of romaine lettuce, so do not order anything else with romaine lettuce. So saying 8647 saying that I don't want Donald Trump to be a thing anymore, so get him out of here. That way people no longer have to deal with his bullshit. It's not a death threat. Conserve says, ideas exist independent of an individual's words. Our lack of willingness to address them makes us weak. Making the words disappear doesn't disappear the ideas. Yeah, I don't care. But some ideas are evil. I can address jihadist terrorism while the advocate for jihadist terrorism advocates it within Syria. I don't need a jihadist terrorist to live next door to me to fight jihadist terrorism rhetorically. Words are never just words. That's completely true. Yeah. I guess there is a suitcase nuke. Based. I win. You won earlier. Kesoko won earlier, but I have won several chat fights today. The test against Tim Pool's perspective is ask if people should go to jail for saying slurs. Yeah, but he's going to say that citizens and non-citizens are different classes of people. Is Kesoko shocked by the suitcase nuke or me wanting to deport non-citizens? That's Hassan, though. Advocating for terrorists. I expect Trump to eventually come for him. Oh, Christ, I wish. I would cut off a piece of my body to fire Hassan Piker out of a trebuchet towards Cuba. In my country, free speech is for citizens, but it does not include advocating for violence. Well, there you go. Boom. Terrorism or whatever, that's not even allowed for citizens. I mean, it is. It's written explicitly in the Constitution. Oh, okay. In Portugal? What's your country of origin again? I think I hate the pearl clutching and hypocrisy the most when it comes to MAGA. Yes. We say we're 86ing the items from a budget bill at the time. Yeah. Personal suitcase nukes. Okay. Yeah. Which piece, though? I was about to say, Kesoko, you're going to have to get used to me being a piece of garbage some of the time. Bulgaria. That's interesting. Which piece, though? I mean, if you wanted me to do it without thinking about it, I would cut off like a finger or a toe. If you wanted me to kind of be like, is it worth it? Like a hand or a foot. Between Miller and Heller, a suitcase is a bearable military arm. Therefore, citizens should have the right. Lol. Well, Kingslayer, unironically, you agree with Tim Pool over here. Gen X says, Connor, I saw someone speculating that Hassan is a CIA back to make leftists look bad. Maybe it was even you. Lol. I think it was me. I think it was saying that Hassan Piker is so optically terrible for the left that unironically, like there could be dozens of CIA agents in his chat egging him on to make leftists look bad. And they might be spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month in order to prop up his channel. Now, that's a conspiracy theory. I have no evidence of it. But I think that he is so optically toxic to American left-wing politics, I would not be surprised if people who hated him backed him and goaded him in chat. I would not be surprised.
Based on the moral worldview of the individual argument. For instance, do you believe someone should be allowed to direct someone to commit a violent crime?
That's not the moral worldview of an argument. That is the effect of the speech. So you think that whether you have free speech should be your words should be based on the moral worldview of the argument.
So to understand
certain
your
arguments
view of what free speech means, I'm asking you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody says explicitly, you right now commit crime to that person, is that free speech?
Someone says you right now commit crime to that person, and what do they do it?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm not a free speech scholar, but like that is there's probably be legal consequences for that free speech.
It is illegal to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think someone should be able to yell fire in a crowded theater?
I mean, this is the canonical example of a speech that's not free speech. So
I think also that, who was it? It was somebody, it was Hitchens, I think, who showed that technically, legally, you can shout fire in a crowded theater, but it has to be contextual. So number one, fire in a crowded theater can be said in the context of a joke because he said it as a joke. And then I also think that he brought up that you could do it when there's an actual fire. So if you're describing something true, you can say it. If you're doing a satire, you can say it. But I think the point of the fire example is that if you do it with criminal intent where you're trying to hurt people, then that can be illegal. And then, I'm sorry, my Hebrew friend, but I do forget how to pronounce your name. The probability of Hassan Piker being backed by the CIA is about as probable as the existence of Bigfoot and the moon being made of cheese. Well, hold on. So I'm not saying that the CIA intentionally, goes out of their way and they're like, we love Hassan Piker. Let's recruit Hassan Piker as an agent of the CIA. That's not what I'm saying. The main thing that I'm saying is nefarious actors might goad Hassan Piker to going even further left than he naturally would, and they might even pay money to incentivize him to do so to make the left wing look even worse than it is. I wouldn't be surprised by that.
Actually is. That's Brandenburg v. Ohio. It is, in fact, legal speech. I don't think people should. I understand the Supreme Court's ruling on that issue. The challenge with free speech, let's go back to the beginning of this country. Blasphemy laws were on the books after they even had the First Amendment. Like they literally say you can't blaspheme. We would say that's not free speech, but how did you have a First Amendment if you arrested people for blaspheming? My point is,
because the original Bill of Rights was written as a limit on the federal government, not necessarily that of the states. And it wasn't until the Supremacy Clause that states were reeled back in where they couldn't do things that were in violation of the Constitution. That's why. It wasn't until we had federal Supremacy Clause that states weren't allowed to violate the First, Second, or Fourth, or whatever amendment. Gail Hashalom. Like the Scottish ugh and loch. Gail hash loch Kail. That's how I would do it. Hashalom.
And this is an anarchist philosophy. The laws of the country are dictated by those with the power to enforce it. That's why it used to be illegal to put a pie on your windowsill, but even though it's still illegal, nobody arrests you for it. So free speech does change throughout the generations.
Of course.
We never grew up in an era, we never had a time in our lives where you had true free speech the way the absolutists want it to be.
Yeah, I'm talking about the story that we tell about ourselves as a country, man. I'm talking about
it's not true.
I'm talking about the values that we have collectively as people. And of course, those are always changing a little bit and people are trying to pull them in one direction or another.
Split in half.
I would have thought, that I don't know that much about you. I know you're very involved with Occupy and stuff like that and protest movements, which I think is cool work. I would have thought that a student writing an op-ed about another country's war and her own institution's support for it, vis-a-vis our country's foreign policy, would be the kind of thing that you would think is a sort of free speech that we should value. That is the kind of free speech that I think I personally think a lot of the idea of America is built upon. I think it's one of the good things about the country.
So what Tim has said is that this is a mythology, that Adam has been sucked into a mythology. And I kind of agree with Tim. We can have an infinitely more cynical analysis of American history. But where I agree with Adam is, well, what should we be? Should we be a place of freedom of conscience, freedom of speech? Should we be a place of the right to self-defense up to and including against your government? Should we be a place that has rules that limit the powers of government so they don't abuse their own citizenry? And my answer unequivocally is yes. And so the mythology might be a sanitization of our history, and we might not have lived up to these espoused values. But there are times that we did, and there's times that we didn't. And so I think that Adam might have a naive perspective, and I think that's what Tim is pointing to, is that Adam has a naive perspective about what the United States of America is, but that doesn't change just because, we weren't as good as we should have been, doesn't mean that we don't continue to try to be better all the time. So, I actually don't like this line of, I agree with Adam more than I do Tim, which I'm not going to lie is shocking. I was coming into this debate prepared to dislike Adam very intensely. And since the beginning of the debate, I think he's done a great job. The earlier part with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I think, was not strong. But besides that, I think he's doing okay, holding his own in a contentious atmosphere.
Country, that this is a country where you can come here and you can express your opinion
What
mildly
happened-
in the newspaper.
What happened at Kent State?
And it's yeah, I think Kent State was bad.
My point is,
I
there's
think
things
it was
we
bad,
wish
man.
America was, but I kind of feel like a non-citizen.
But this
getting,
one you
getting
said you
deported.
think is good. You're not sitting here going, ah, man, yeah,
She
that's
got
a bummer.
deported,
She got
dude. What are you
deported.
talking about? She didn't get shot in the face. A conditional visa was revoked. I'm not crying about it. I don't care.
I mean, I think she cares. I think
That's
her
too
family
fucking
cares. I
bad.
think the people of her university care. I think other.
Little Timmy, he's lost his empathy, which is fine. You know, it's fine to not be the most empathetic, like cry hard, sad person on the planet where like anything bad happens in the world and you just fall to pieces. But I also think that Tim's gotta be, he knows he's being an a-hole, right? He's like, oh, she got deported, boo-hoo. And it's like, okay, but we're still talking about the principles of the matter. And not only are we talking about the principles of the matter, but it seems like you don't care about what are considered foundational American concepts. So like, what are we doing here, bud? What are we doing? So I think Adam's soy, but I agree with Adam.
I think like
Change the law, man. This is a marginal issue for a single person who was in violation of the INA as it's enforced by a government that was elected by a popular majority, or I should say by a plurality, but the popular vote. So let me pull this up because this is what we were talking about earlier. This is RCP from April 22nd. Every age bracket, to be fair, 40-49 is a tie, but Real Clear Politics aggregate shows from all of the latest polls, 70 plus is the only age group that is a negative view of Trump's job.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I don't think this is what he claimed earlier, but let's take a look at it. So approve 42, 43, 45, 45, 49, and 40. And then 18 to 29 is almost like dead even. 30 to 39, weird. Millennials broke for Trump. That's kind of crazy. Middle millennials. Wow. That's actually, this is almost shocking to me. Young people are almost dead even. Middle millennials broke for Trump. This was almost dead even, almost even, and then strongly disapproved. This is crazy. Even if Tim characterized it incorrectly, this is insane. This is the internet generation. This is the older internet generation. This basically means, in my opinion, this means that Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes are actually incredibly influential and did shift the Overton window extremely far right. Because that's a 10-point gap. That's crazy. Damn, it's my generation's fault. It's actually my generation's fault. That's funny. Holy shit. I need to see more independent poll data? Sure. I just think it's interesting. Old School says Adam is soy. Connor agrees with Adam. Conclusion, Connor is soy. QED. Dude, what is this? Has to be like a gaming meme. What? Because Mike from PA screams that, right? He's like, QED, end of debate. QED is an abbreviation for the Latin phrase quod erat demonstratum, which was to be demonstrated. No, that's not it. What does QED stand for? Somebody tell me. Proves that you were trying to prove. QED is an abbreviation. Really? You're using QED as in you proved my point? That's kind of high-minded for random internet slang. That's kind of crazy. I weep for the younger generation. It's our fault. I need to see more multiple independent. Yes, Khalil, if I remember your name correctly. To be fair, it was worse for January 6th and bump stocks. I might have voted for Trump. Interesting. Yeah, he said every age gap except 70 plus is pro-Trump. Yeah, that's not correct. It's a dead even split, except for this one, and then 30 to 39 breaks for Trump. This is even. This is a 2 point. This is a 1 point. Okay. All right. Now, unfortunately,
okay.
It was, we're celebrating my son's birthday this weekend. Okay. So I might actually have to wrap up here. However, we might have to cancel the party because he has gotten sick. And so my wife is actually, we're at 4 hours and 32 minutes. And to be honest, these guys are having an interesting conversation, but it is funny to me that they clipped him out of context for the Islam joke. And that was not what it was at all. Tim randomly make a joke about Islam in the context of talking about free speech, but it wasn't because Adam Conover is a hypocrite, or insofar as it was not demonstrated that Adam Conover is a hypocrite. So weirdly enough, old school is correct. Adam Conover is really soy and kind of annoying. And so I presume that I would go into it and I would be able to back Tim. But ultimately, Adam Conover believes in freedom, and Tim apparently believes in freedom insofar as it doesn't conflict with Trump. And so Adam was just like, that's insane. Being sick on your birthday is the worst. It's true. It's true. So our first boy, he had some kind of stomach bug that jacked him up on Monday and Tuesday. He recovered. We've been taking care of him for the past few days. It popped back up with him on Wednesday, and so we had to take care of him again. And then my youngest apparently is coming down with a fever, so my wife needs some help. So we still did 4.5 hours. We still got some PayPal donations. We still had some fun in the chat. There was still some good memes. So sorry if it's not as exciting as Ethan Hassan Destiny, but we got to mix it up. I can only take psychic damage from Hassan Piker so much throughout the week. But I'm going to say now, even if that was kind of a frenetic, weird, off-kilter series of segments, we still did it. And so I wish all you beautiful folk at home an excellent weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing you on Monday. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people check out the VOD effectively. Be sure to super chat if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, or become a YouTube member if you see the YouTube membership button. And also subscribe if you're not subscribed. Follow if you're not already following. Check out the VODs. That way you can give us AdSense if you miss a stream and you want to check out some content. So anyways, I parasocially love you. K-Soko, Jonah Boy, Sacred Snow, Khalil, Christian Valeris, Chase. I'm trying to think of who else. Ninja of Physics, Conserve Liberalism. I didn't see Dr. Zayas today, but I'm just going to shout out Dr. Zayas because I want to. Death Lily. I think I saw Gen X earlier. Kingslayer Damocles. Parasocial love to you and yours. I appreciate you guys hanging out in the stream. I hope you have a beautiful day. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the viewership. Have a great one. Bye for now.